Good morning, Gangster Ghost. It's going. How are you?
That's good.
Yeah, just
You
getting
get
up and warmed up and fired up and got my motor running, heading out on the highway, looking
where you
for
go-
adventure or whatever comes my way.
where you going?
Yeah. Uh, well, I'm just sitting here right now. I'm probably gonna get my driving game going here in a minute.
Oh,
What are we looking at today?
I don't know. What do you like to watch today?
Oh, me? Hmm. Let's see. Do we want full-fledged drama? We could review Missing Mods video.
Oh,
If we want comedy hour, we could review some of Skyler's video. I don't know, man. You tell me.
what's Missing Mod's video about?
The one you showed me the other day when you were on with her in the middle of the night,
Oh yeah.
or was there
Eh,
another one last night? I don't know. I don't keep up with her stuff,
I
but
think her one the night after.
okay.
I don't know, but Sky, does he have a new video?
No,
Oh,
come in. Who's there? No, I don't want any Girl Scout cookies. Sorry. Yeah, go to the next house down. They'll eat all your cookies. That's where Big Bad Mama lives. He loves cookies.
oh, I got my shavers.
Nice.
What kind of shavers do you use?
Um,
Broken glass.
sometimes, occasionally.
You shavers. You use our hands as your shavers.
Yeah, I just pluck my own beard out when it gets too long.
Yeah. With your bare hands.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Uh, yeah. Oh yeah.
Uh,
What do you think of that guy Lucifer who hit
oh
on?
yeah, the one that wants to see Missing Mod as a centerfold. Let's watch
Yeah.
that.
I don't even know the short video of it, but I didn't see the full video of it.
I imagine it was on Brett Keen's.
Oh, I think he has his thing copyrighted.
Huh? Brett Keen?
Not Brad King, the Lucifer guy copyrights it, make it where people can't record it or something.
What?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Do you think he's part of the Illuminati? But isn't it weird? How on earth could anyone be a Satanist?
I don't know.
Do you think it's all Brett King's fault?
Hmm?
Oh, why would anyone be a Satanist? Do you think? But he believed that the part when the Bible says that devil's God of this world, he thinks that proves that Satan is a different another god or something. What do you think of that?
I think it's ridiculous,
Yeah.
but okay. I guess people can believe whatever they want.
He's all crazy, like
Yeah.
crazy. Do you think he's working for the Illuminati?
No.
Oh, what about uh? Yeah, that's crazy, man. Just plain crazy. But w- uh, would you like to watch Skyler video?
Hang on a second.
Oh,
Uh, Big Bad Mama just got a message from Kent Hovind. I'm gonna see if he'll let me read it.
okay.
Oh, it's not from Kent. It's from the tech guy.
What did it say?
Hang on, I'm gonna see if he'll let me read it. What are you watching?
Oh
Cartoons?
no, Outer Limits.
Oh,
You ever watched the original Outer Limits?
probably not.
Kick it! Stop it!
Get a
But
cat! Get a cat! Get a cat! Is it getting you?
I don't want her to get by my right. But do you think Brett King could be a Satanist as well as that guy?
I think Brett Keen's a troll.
Oh, do you think he could be a leprechaun?
No.
Wow. Oh. Do you want to watch Skyline show? Skyler show?
Pick out whatever you want to watch, and I'm right here with you, buddy.
Oh, thank you. You're a good little guy.
Aw.
Oh. Well, you want to see Matt Powell's response to atheism?
Oh, dude, just whatever you want to play. I'm here with you. We're good.
To tell you that a rock appeared in this room that I'm filming in from nothing, you would say that I am not a valid source of information. I've bought into a lie. Well, that's exactly what atheism is. It's the idea that everything could have appeared from nothing with no God. That is a belief in magic. That's mysticism and sorcery. That is not science. And so I've actually asked certain atheists, would you become a Christian if Christianity were true? And they will say no. And that shows us they're about emotions. They're more about feelings and experiences instead of demonstrated fact. Look, if you're an atheist, there's no way to determine what's right and wrong. And so everything is based on feelings. Remember, it's about a feeling rather than what fact is and what science has shown us. And the things that we can know for sure is emotions. And so we're left with emotional experiences and just feelings that would tell us what to do if there is no God. And a lot of people are going to have a lot of feelings. And so it's going to be nothing but chaos if we take an atheistic perspective of the origin of the universe and of our
Pause it real quick.
existence. And one thing...
Did he say Hitler was an atheist?
I heard atheist said, not atheist, what's the name said he's all kinds of stuff. When he's talking to atheists, he's an atheist. When he talk to Christians, he's a Christian. What do you think?
Well, he was raised Catholic. He definitely made a lot of statements to indicate that he was, believed in a God, not necessarily Christianity, but I'm sure he borrowed some Christianity to say that. But yeah, he was a lot like what Donald Trump is today, in that he just says what he thinks people want to hear. He said what would get him support. I mean, the guy was really cynical about religion as a whole, but he wasn't an atheist. I don't think anybody has ever even suggested that he was an atheist. Like, sure, he's got some wacky beliefs and he probably wasn't a Christian, but that doesn't make him an atheist. And let me take that back. The man was not a Christian. Adolf Hitler was not a Christian, but he certainly wasn't an atheist either.
You think he might have been a heretic?
Well, yeah. I mean, sure. People that claim to be Christians but hold to non-Christian beliefs are generally considered heretics.
Well, he might be like her racist groups like that today, Black Hebrews and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We need to understand is that atheists actually have the worst statistics in the world for doing some of the most reprehensible things known to man. They lead the world in school shootings. Now keep in mind, they only make up a small percentage of the population, yet they lead the world in school shootings. That means there's a...
America leads the world in school shootings. Get it right, Matt Powell. It's America. It don't matter if you're atheist or Christian or Buddhist. You're American first and foremost.
Look at him. He just looks funny.
He's got the double fingers out. The double pointers. Good on you, Matt. Hey, Saketto. in the chat. Soot Kettle is in the chat.
Hi, Soot Kettle. We can stick Matt Powell's 2 fingers out. He looks so funny.
His little booger pickers pointing at you.
Relation between atheism and school shootings, denying God, denying reality, and going and shooting up innocent people. Atheists also lead the world in drug abuse, put you into a fantasy land. Yet they'll declare that we're living in fantasy land as Christians. But look, if your demographic is leading the world in drug abuse, you're leading the world in living in a fantasy, in this euphoria where you're seeing things that don't even exist because you're in such a mind-altered state. It's not good. You don't want to be associated with that. Atheists also lead the world in suicide. And that's a bad thing. That's why I don't want you to be one anymore if you are one. So if you are poisoning people's minds and telling them there's no creator, magic is real. We appeared from nothing, just like a rock appeared out of nowhere. The whole universe just appeared out of nowhere, folks. When you get somebody to believe a big lie like that, that actually does affect their understanding of the world. People are so
Wait. Pause. The Christian doctrine is creatio ex nihilo, which is creation out of nothing. That's exactly what the Christian worldview says. Why is he projecting our worldview onto atheism? That doesn't make sense.
He said that atheists believe that without a cause.
He didn't say that, though.
Normally, that's what they mean, without a cause.
Well, sure, they can mean something, but to mean something and say something are different. And he's not saying that. He's just saying that, atheists believe everything came out of nothing. And that's actually the Christian doctrine on creation out of nothing. Yeah, go ahead.
Act like animals. And the reason animals is because they believe we are animals. Atheists also lead the world in drunkenness, puts you into fantasy land. It is a poison-induced experience that you get from drinking alcohol and putting a poisonous substance into your body. Let me tell you, people often say that the devil does not exist, yet they do things that really can only be explained by the intervention of Satan on this earth. How do you get all these terrible things? How do you get all these horrible people that exist that go and trick other people? The existence of Satan perfectly explains why this happens. You don't want to be proud to be an atheist because it's nothing to be proud of. In fact, like I said, you're joining a group of people that leads the world in the most reprehensible acts that have ever been known to man. And some of you atheists will say that Christians are hypocritical. I can't be a Christian because I'm not going to be a hypocrite. Hypocrisy isn't even wrong if there's no God. So you can't even have a moral argument in this case because there's no objective morality to begin with. And then number two, just because certain Christians fail to live the Bible doesn't mean that the Bible isn't true. If I played Claire de Lune on the piano, I messed it up. Does that mean that the author of Claire de Lune was a bad artist? No. Us Christians are fallible people, but we're trying to follow an infallible book. We are imperfect. We have fallen short of God's grace, but we are trying to follow a perfect Redeemer, a perfect Savior. We are finite creatures, but God is infinite. He is far beyond us in understanding. On the origin of life, we win. Christianity comes out on top, but they will mock the virgin birth, say, oh, how the virgin conceived. Atheists believe that rocks conceived.
Yep.
You can look it up. You can type in these words.
He knows that Ken Hole was saying, he says that they believe life came from rocks. Is that true?
That life came from rocks?
Yeah,
No,
he said that atheists...
Life does not arise from non-life. But the evolutionary theory states that over millions of years, the molecules would eventually arrange to become proteins, and they would eventually arrange to become RNA, and then they would go from a unicellular to a multicellular. There's never a two-cellular organism, though, which is kind of strange. They jump straight from a one-cell organism to a multicellular organism. So, but yeah, they don't say that it came from rocks. It's a lot more to their theory than, oh, you came from monkeys, you came from rocks. I don't agree that abiogenesis is the mechanism by which we came to be. I do believe we're a special creation, but yeah, we're not rocks.
What about the Rock?
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
he had kids, so life came from rocks. Yeah. Right, Big Bad Mama?
That's right.
The Rock had...
Bad Mama.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi, who is the crazy Matt Powell guy?
He's a horrible person. Talk about poisoning somebody's mind.
Well, I thought it was funny that he's projecting the Christian worldview of creation out of nothing onto atheism. It just kind of blows my mind. That's like almost verbatim what creatio ex nihilo, the biblical doctrine of origins, is. It's something from, or everything out of nothing.
atheism is just a lack of belief in God. It doesn't say anything about the origin of the universe, for one thing.
Right.
And there's a lot of physicists that would think that the universe is eternal, that it didn't have a beginning.
Yep.
In terms of the rocks, it's very possible that clay structures were acted as frameworks for complex organic molecules, the first complex organic molecules that were able to replicate at that point, using the minerals as a substrate. But they didn't come from rocks. They came from the complex organic molecules themselves.
Doesn't clay come from organic material?
No. Clay is just very fine-grained rock. So you have clay, you have silt, you have sand, you have cobbles. That's kind of the order in terms of going from fine to coarse.
Oh. He believed that, yeah.
You can keep playing the video.
Alumina, silica, and water are the primary
right.
minerals in clay.
Humanism is a valid explanation, and we descended from.
Fast forward, it was funny. Watch.
Minerals re-eroded from rocks. Some will mock the idea that God created man from the dust of the ground, yet they believe lightning sparked life into existence, just like Frankenstein, just like science fiction, that lightning could create life, something that destroys life. Sparked life into existence? Are you kidding? And I've also heard them say that it's ridiculous that Jesus could have risen from the dead. How could you believe that as Christians? You're crazy. Look, they think every living from dead material. Atheism teaches a bigger resurrection on a larger scale than Christianity. I believe Jesus could have died and resurrected from the dead because he is God. But they believe every living organism descended from dead material, that unconsciousness produced consciousness. Life brought life into existence. It gets more and more wild. My friend, do not be tricked into thinking that ism is even a plausible explanation. Christianity is the only plausible explanation. And anybody who tells you that spontaneous generation or biogenesis, as they like to call it, is a possibility, they're lying to your face. Don't buy into it. Here on YouTube, accuse me of being a charlatan, that I just want to get rich. I want to tell you something. Creationism and preaching the Bible, the gospel of Christ, those things will not make you rich. You will not get any tax dollars. You'll not get any government funding. I came out as an atheist tomorrow. I could make millions of dollars.
Can you pause it for a second, Ghost?
To believe in magic that into existence from nothing.
Or Mark.
And I can make a lot of money because
I don't have
a lot of years making a lot of people.
I don't have the power.
It almost sounds like the only two choices in his. What's that?
Oh, go ahead.
The only two choices in his universe are atheism and Christianity. He doesn't even acknowledge that there's other religions out there that have different beliefs.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah, you've been Matt Powell. Oh, sorry.
He goes back to, it's kind of it's almost like a cliche. They go back to abiogenesis or the Big Bang because there's still scientific questions about those processes and how they worked.
Yeah.
And it's like, they act like we don't understand anything about those processes, but, just because we don't have them locked in as to how they worked exactly at this point, it's kind of like go back to those because since we don't understand them, it's a God of the gaps fallacy. It's like, well, because we don't understand those things, it has to be not only a God, but the Christian God is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did we
get Matt Powell?
Oh, we got Matt Powell.
He's been Matt Powell.
Matt Powell.
Matt Powell is a horrible person.
Yeah, he gets it from his buddy Anderson.
Who?
Steven Anderson.
Steve
Oh
Anderson.
yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right.
You know the funny thing is about this, Big Bad Mama? You know Stone Cold Steve Austin's real name is?
Matt Powell.
No, Steve Anderson.
Oh boy.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's his real name in real life.
Well, you know, Steve Austin, when I was a kid, was the $1 Million Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about. Yeah, nice to know.
Yeah, Steven Anderson's a weird guy.
Matt Powell. He's worse than
Where do you
weird.
get-
He's straight up hateful.
Did you spend some time with him, right, Mark?
Steven Anderson? No.
No,
But
Matt Powell.
Yeah, a little bit. I was kind of run away or run off of DAL when Matt was moving in, because Kent wanted my cabin for Matt Powell's family. That's the short story. But yeah, he visited a few times. I actually met Matt Powell for the first time in 2018. He came to visit and wanted to. Which documentary was it that he had Hoven in? One of his first ones. I don't remember what it was called, but he came with his.
Atheist and Religion?
He had a little a production crew or whatever, and he was doing like a legitimate documentary production and was interviewing Kent. And Kent welcomed him back to come visit again. And when Matt Powell came back, he didn't remember him. I had to remind Kent that, hey, this is Matt Powell. He's the guy that did the documentary with you several months ago. And Kent was like, oh. But still treated Matt like he was there for the first time.
Wow. And Matt Powell was kind of well known even at that point.
Yeah. That's when he was going on
Yeah,
with the
he did the
Raging
same-
Atheist.
Right.
Oh, he did the same thing with Brother Pike. He didn't remember him either.
Yeah.
He went up there to visit him. So you've been Matt Powell.
But
there
Matt
was this
Powell actually had a
family.
following at that point in 2018.
Yeah.
So it's a little surprising because Matt Powell was all over the internet at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. You better be careful when you get Matt Powell.
So like, yeah, Kent has a problem with that, telling people to come back and not remembering him. And I get it. He meets a lot of people, but it's not just okay. So there was this family that came from California, and Kent was encouraging them to move and live there, and they were all about it. They were looking for somewhere to move to, kind of like DAL, like a little communal living place. And Kent gave them the full go ahead. Yeah, y'all come on, move down here from California. You can live here as long as you like. And when they went back to California, got their stuff ready, packed up, and headed across the country to DAL. And when they got there, Kent pretty much turned them away and said that they couldn't live there. But I had to remind Kent, like,
Why?
these are the people that you told to move here, Kent.
Wow.
Because he was low on money, and it was a pretty big family.
That's crazy.
But yeah, they ended up staying there for a while. I don't know if they're still there or not. I don't think so. Anyway, I think they're in Pensacola.
Oh, you know Mr. Dan's doing a show tomorrow about the evidence for design?
Dan the Man Posey?
Yeah.
Oh, on his channel?
Yeah. No, on the Steven's channel.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. What?
I don't know. I just don't know.
What's
I
the
just
topic?
don't know. You've been Matt Powell. Oh, sorry. The evidence for design.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very good. You've been Matt Powell.
Matt Powell!
Get his fingers at you. Matt Powell again. I'm sorry, I'm not all right then.
Let's finish the video.
Okay.
Can you put it on regular speed? It's kind of hard to understand what the...
People from money.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that.
I thought
Look,
it was
I
just
actually
skipping.
work a full-time
I see that
job
2x though.
to support my family. We're a single-income family. I don't make really any money here on YouTube. Once in a while, somebody will donate to help with certain things.
Pause.
Thankfully, that has helped. We purchased a few pieces of equipment.
You know, the dramatic violin music playing in the background as he's complaining about not making enough money to support his family. I get a feeling that he's going to ask for money.
Exactly. Isn't that the adagio for strings from the Platoon? I mean, that was in the Platoon movie?
Oh goodness, I don't know. I didn't watch the credits.
Well, no, I mean, that was the main theme in Platoon when, like, Sergeant Elias was getting killed and stuff. And so for Matt Powell to be using that as his background is just laughable.
Yeah,
He is going to ask for a donation.
I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. I don't make enough money on YouTube.
It's like, get a job, pal.
He said he had a job. He works a full-time job.
Does he? Okay.
I think that's what he said.
I think he lives at home with his parents, but maybe he does work a construction job or something. But
I live at home.
well,
My home.
yeah.
Okay, let's power through this, gangster.
Okay.
Trying our best to reach. My wife and I decided that no matter what the cost, we're going to try our best, even with limited resources, to fight the forces of evil and to better humanity and to help people grow in the grace and the knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ. Whether that costs us everything, we are willing to give everything to see saved, lives changed, people come to know Jesus as their Savior, so that we lower suicide rates in America. We can lower drug and alcohol abuse rates by telling people there's hope in the Savior, and there's hope in living moral and righteous lives, and that there is an objective standard of righteousness, and that this idea that we descended from slime and fish and primates was a lie, and that the idea that God created us out of the dust of the ground is what makes rational sense. This other stuff is nothing but conjecture. And the atheist YouTubers who promote it, many of them know better, which is a shame. But they still will hate on others and hate on God so much. God has extended his loving hands of mercy, his holy hands, to them to try to reach them. And I've heard atheists constantly say, if there is a God, he's going to let me into heaven because I haven't done anything too bad, or I'm a good person, I've helped an old lady across the street. That's what every single false religion says. They all say that if you're good enough, if you're a good person, you're going to go to heaven. That's the religion of Cain, the faith of Abel, the faith of the Bible.
Atheists aren't thinking that.
We receive forgiveness, not by
What did he say?
our own goodness and being arrogant, thinking that turning.
He's making the point that atheists are saying, well, if there is a God, I've been good enough to get in. I haven't had a bad life. And it's like, atheists just don't believe in God and heaven. They're not thinking about, like, what ifs.
Now, I have heard a lot of folks, not necessarily just atheists, say I've lived a good life. I should be, good with God. That's a common.
Yeah, but I don't know. I haven't heard many atheists, I don't think, say that.
Yeah.
Maybe some. But he's saying they're all saying that.
Do you say that?
No.
Okay.
Do you say,
Does that make you want to live a bad life?
Yeah, because that's why I'm an atheist, because I want to sin.
do you ever say,
I'm eating it right now. Right now I'm sitting on my couch eating a bagel.
Oh, you glutton.
Feeling evil.
You gluttonous sloth.
And coffee and a stimulant.
Oh, you're addicted, huh?
I'm an
You're a
addict.
drug addict.
And I'm a gluttonous.
Sloth. Oh, man, what are we gonna do with you, Big Bad Mama?
But I'm going to but I've been good enough to go to heaven.
I'm glad.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Let's get Matt out.
Good job.
My pow!
Turning over a new leaf is going to get us heaven. The Bible tells us, believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved. But the Bible also says that the fool hath said in his heart, there is no God. Don't be foolish. Be rational. The Bible says, come, let us reason together, saith the Lord. I'm all about reason. And I just want to say that I've been in the ring with certain of these folks. And these discussions, you can view them on the channel if you'd like. They always come up short to explain almost everything.
Oh,
They're
no.
very lost and they need the Lord. They need
Oh,
themselves and realize that they don't know it all. I don't know it all either. I'm still learning every single day. But I know that we all need to grow based on a strong foundation. And that strong foundation is
I'm so sorry that you can't understand anything, Big Bad Mama, or explain anything.
I
didn't
wish I
see
could
the.
understand what Matt Powell's saying.
You know, I sit corrected. He did not ask for a donation, unless that was it with his
Yeah, he
hand.
did. I mean, he kind of did a little bit just by bringing it up.
At the very end, his hand was out like he was trying to take your money.
He's not like Hovind, though, just asking for donations for several minutes every day.
Hovind uses every opportunity he can find to grift.
Right. I mean, he makes up projects that he has no intention of doing, including making giant dinosaurs, making rides or go-kart tracks or whatever it takes to, whatever his latest is, for a couple weeks, he'll push that project.
Yeah.
And I'm preaching to the choir here because you know exactly. But
been there, done that.
And then he'll drop it. But meanwhile, some people have probably given some money because of that,
Oh yeah. Anytime he mentions a project, especially when it's like a big project, people send a lot of money, some way, somehow. He always gets it. I think it's all coming from Ernie and Steve, though.
It's coming what?
I think it's all coming from Ernie and Steve and their little shady businesses.
Oh, okay. Steve is definitely still connected, I would say, to the ministry, despite Kent's denial on it.
Yeah, he's very not public about his involvement, or if there's involvement. But he did say that Steve still lives in the area.
Right, and they still do. If he truly cut himself off from Steve, then Steve wouldn't be having that website with Ernie Land trying to sell their snake oil.
Right, but they do. They sure do.
Yeah, so I think there's a definite connection there.
Well, that's why I say I think all the money comes from Steve and Ernie, because they're the one that does the snake oil sales and shady multi-level marketing practices.
Did you see
next?
Did you see Truck Driving Billy's last video?
No, I've been wanting to see it. Can we watch it?
You want to watch that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ghost?
Yeah.
Do you want me to play it?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. Truck Driving Billy.
Is it true that Sea Science debunked Littlefoot?
Yeah, Sea Science. He's so qualified. He wrote several scientific papers to peer-reviewed journals and debunked the entire Littlefoot. Turns out it's a gorilla.
Wow. I thought Littlefoot was the little
dinosaur
that was from, Land Before Time.
Maybe that's what it was proven to be instead of a gorilla.
Ah.
Is it related to Bigfoot?
Bigfoot's little brother.
Oh.
get into some truck driving Billy.
Let's do it. I'm gonna put it on 1.25 because it is an hour and a half.
Okay, folks, so as you can tell, I've got y'all up on the windshield, and y'all get to see what I see as I'm driving right now.
Very
and
cool.
honestly, if it goes well, I might just go ahead and do this for every intro to these last months with Kent Hovind things. So hopefully this goes well. But nonetheless, this intro is going to be directed towards Joseph. And if you don't know who Joseph is by now, he is Kent's newest tech guy. I don't know when it's going to change to somebody else because it's pretty much a rotating chair when it comes to Kent Hovind. Roughly every year, he gets somebody new in there, so it's only a matter of time before Joseph either leaves or gets kicked out and gets replaced by some other Yahoo that don't know what they're doing. So, with that said, Joseph, you're going to have to tell Kent, if you want some quality video, that we're going to have to stop streaming to so many different platforms. I can understand maybe streaming to 3 or 4 different platforms, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, maybe even Rumble on top of that, maybe 4 of them. That might be what your bandwidth can handle with, streaming that much. But as of right now, you've got like 4 YouTube channels y'all are streaming to. You've got 4 platforms. So you got 7 or 8 different areas that you're streaming to. And your bandwidth is stretched so thin that you get like 144p quality video sometimes. So yeah, you're going to have to talk to Kent. Honestly, what you should do, stream to one channel and one channel only, use one of the other channels as a backup channel, and then use one of the other channels after that as an archive channel where you take the previous night's live stream, re-upload it to there. That way you have it in case you need it for later. But I don't know, I can't really help y'all too much. And as far as the sound, hopefully you're getting that figured out and things can go better because the beginning of February sucked, dude. So yeah, that's about all I've got for an intro. That pretty much explains why some of the video is such poor quality for Kent. Joseph, I guess, doesn't have enough gumption to just tell Kent, hey, we need to quit streaming to so many different areas. It's really stretching the bandwidth, and our internet can't handle it. So, yeah, I don't know what else to tell you, Joseph, but figure it out with Kent. Nonetheless, though, that's the intro, and it was quite a month. So, yeah, let's jump right into it. Really, Joseph? Is this how we're going to start the month of February, with no sound and horrible quality?
That's what I do with my debates with atheists. I know I'm probably not going to get them converted, but I get a lot of their audience converted. Amen.
Do you, Kent? Can you give us an example of one person who listened to your debate and actually said, I'm converting because of this man? I don't think you can.
I wonder if Antichrist is going to be a robot and set up in out of someplace, and take over. Because
What?
Satan was told by the Lord, you're full of wisdom and beauty, and it's what went to his head. And he told Eve, if you follow me, you can be as God. Well, God knows everything. And Satan wants to know everything. He wants to have a little chip in your forehead or hand where he can actually control your mind and get a whole world to be one big computer. We're headed there rapidly with this AI stuff, where we're a part of the computer. And
What?
I don't know. I don't have it all figured out yet. We'll have to wait and see when it comes.
Matt
I really
Slick's
hope
just
Kent
looking at him.
continues to go down this road of believing that the Antichrist might be AI.
What was that?
Sorry, I'm eating. Matt Slick's just looking at Kent like he's crazy.
Well, he is crazy.
Right. And I agree with Billy. I want to hear more of this AI as the Antichrist material.
I know. I thought it was a barcode or a microchip or this or that or Omni, whatever.
The Omni tattoo.
Yeah. No, it's AI. We're becoming one with computers. That's what Kent believes, I guess. Interesting.
Mainly because I think it's going to be funny to listen to Kent talk about a technology that he definitely does not understand in the slightest.
Church in Lenox, Alabama. Population 31, I believe. I think we got more in our camp than they got in the town, don't we? Probably close, okay.
Far-fetched idea here, but when I first heard Kent talk about how there's more people at DAL than there are even in the town of Lenox, my first thought that ran through my head is, oh my goodness, Kent is going to attempt to have DAL incorporated as a actual city or community or town or something. And then it's just going to be him trying to become the mayor of his own little city of DAL. Oh my gosh, that would be wonderful.
Let's see, I like Fahrenheit.
Well, that's not where my mind went. My mind went to another cult that had more people than were in the town called Jonestown in Ghana. Ay, ay, ay.
Well,
Like, I understand.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The Mormons used to move into these areas, and they would take over the entire voting block
Yeah.
of these towns, and the townspeople would just basically run them out by either, I mean, they didn't mess around. They just violently ran them out of town, and so they had to move from state to state because their one of their goals was to control the political systems of these places.
Right. Well,
And I'm not saying that killing them was a right thing to do, but even though the Mormons did their own share of killing people, but yeah, I mean, that's what I would be if a group like this moved into my town. That's what I would be afraid of.
yeah. It's just any kind of cult living in your town is always uneasy.
Fortunately, they are in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, they are pretty well tucked into nowhere.
Disintegrate. I'm going to fight against the metric system till I die. Sweetly in Christian love.
Fight against
This
a
is
metric
America, the land of the
system.
free and the home of the slave, okay?
I honestly just left this in here because I find it funny, and it always reminds me of that Simpsons meme of just an old man yelling at the wind. Future Billy here. I was wrong. It was a Simpsons meme about yelling at a cloud.
But heavens, I got to... Could you tell I coughed?
Well, geez, Kent, everybody can tell you coughed. You not only coughed, you even spit in your own hand, you nasty joker. What in the world? And Joseph, figure out the quality of the frickin' video and get it fixed. This is really terrible quality.
Would you tell us what you know about Freemasons? I heard they have curses and worship multiple deities. I think we had a book. There's a book series, Why I'm Not in the Masonic Lodge. Is that in here? I don't have time to fight all the battles, okay? I'll stick with evolution, but it is an evil organization. Most of the people in it don't know that, okay?
So, it's an evil organization, but most of the people in it don't even know it's an evil organization. So, can you please elaborate without it being some sort of weirdo conspiracy theory?
Genesis, on YouTube, we got 4 different channels, or 5, don't we? 4, okay? And on Odyssey, and if you lose one, go on another one. See them all on drdino.com.
Oof, Joseph, really? I hope the sound gets better throughout this month. Come on.
Go get ready to slide the thing in place and stand up the climbing wall and come break the record.
Oh, please don't go try to break the record, because the simple fact is there are going to be no safety precautions on that little climbing wall, and somebody is bound to get hurt.
And guys, I haven't told anybody this yet, but I think we should open up the redneck lawnmower racing track and let people break a record for 5 laps. You know, the Indy 100 or Indy 50 mile, 1 mile.
1 mile.
So, all right, you see the roof there that is over the big skeleton, and I built that. That right there. That they cut out. I built that. I was up on top of that thing, building it, and was risking my life to build that roof, and they cut it out, and it looks like crap now. Okay, who cares?
What building? What building was that?
That's the back of the science center.
Oh, the back of the science center. Okay.
Yeah, there's a huge porch that, and man, that kind of saddens me. I put a lot of work into that. Oh well.
Bring your own four-wheeler and see if you can break the record on that
I forgive you, Logan.
four-wheeler around the track. Okay.
With the exception of the 4-wheeler comment, this would actually be a good idea to open up the lawnmower racing track. Not necessarily all the time for everybody, but maybe create an event that's a community event and actually get the community involved and have them bring their lawnmowers and actually hold a lawnmower race around the lawnmower racetrack, and you might be able to drum up some good support from the community for once. Instead of them thinking the worst about y'all, Kent, actually try to help your image with the community as opposed to just constantly defending yourself.
And they were constantly picking at Jesus for everything he said, okay? And just like we got some people who think they understand science, they pick on me for not believing in evolution.
Oh my goodness, I cringe every time you try to compare yourself with Christ.
Be not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. What fellowship hath righteousness with unrighteousness, and what communion hath light with darkness? Why do you enjoy hanging around heathen so much? Why are all your friends cursing, swearing, using God's name in vain? Why do you want to hang around those people? Why? Why?
This coming from the man who complains about people complaining about his friends who go by the name of Chris Jones and Brady Byram, who do very unsavory things with children. So I would much rather have friends who cuss and whatnot like that, as opposed to friends.
Big Bad Mama?
Yeah.
We can't be friends anymore. I got to go rekindle my friendship with Brady Byram and Chris Jones because...
I understand.
Yeah. Okay, bye.
Who have convictions of molesting children. Just saying.
If your friends attack you, your enemies attack you, you lose everything. I've started over from nothing twice now. Absolutely nothing. Book of Job's one of my favorite books, okay?
Wait, so did we miss something along the way here? Because Kent just said he started over from nothing twice now. I get it the first time because he just got out of prison after 9.5 years or so, and he had to start over from nothing then.
Might take some scrubbing. You might have to hold still while he scrubs. Remember that wreck I had one time and scars?
Interesting. Almost on the verge of tears there, Kent. But yet you just snap right out of it and go into one of your scripts.
Here's my addition to Billy's video.
I was hanging onto the side of the car. I said, Dad, my chain's broke on my bicycle. I need to get it down. Could you help me hang on the side of the car and you pull me down the road? He said, son, that's the dumbest idea I ever heard. I said, my brothers do it to me all the time. I did not realize until much later, but they were trying to kill me. I just thought it was fun. Hang on the car and you could go really fast on a bicycle, you know. So Dad's pulling me down the brand new blacktop road. And it wasn't blacktop, it was tar and gravel back in those days, you know, not even blacktop. He's pulling me down the road and I was on the passenger side and hanging onto the door handle. He's pulling me down the road, taking me, I forget where it was now. And he's all of a sudden he looked over and I was gone. Well, the broken chain had wrapped around the back axle and had stopped the back wheel from turning. And in much less time than it takes to tell the story, the bike was gone out from under me. I tried frantically to run 40 miles an hour for a few seconds and quickly realized I can't do it, and down I went. But I did not, I don't know why, I wasn't thinking, I guess, but I did not let go of the handle of the door, my security handle. So he's dragging me along the road in the hot tar and gravel.
Okay, so this clip was a lot longer than this originally, but I wasn't going to play y'all the entire clip of it and make y'all sit through that, considering that I'm about to make y'all sit through the other clip that goes with this, and that clip is the clip that Big Bad Mama put together on a short showing that this story used to be a lot different than what it is now. The story used to include Kent's mother dragging him down the road as opposed to Kent's father, but I don't know, maybe with time the script changes. But here's the original story as it was told as opposed to the revised version.
Came time for David to go home, and he forgot to go home and started to get toward dark. And David said, Kent, what am I going to do? It's going to be dark in 20 minutes. I got to ride my bike down Highway 150 for 3 miles. I can't get home in 20 minutes. And I don't want to ride down Highway 150 in the dark. I said, well, David, I'll take care of it. Let me go talk to my mom. I went and talked to Mom and said, Mom, listen, we got a problem. David needs to get his bike home, and it's going to be dark, and he doesn't want to ride down the highway in the dark. So how about, since the bike won't fit in the Volkswagen, you let me sit on the bike and hang on to the side of the Volkswagen, and you can pull us down the highway and get us home quicker. And my mom said, absolutely not. That's the dumbest idea I ever heard of in my life. But you kids know how it is. If you beg your parents long enough, you can talk them into just about anything. How many know what I'm talking about? You just keep begging and begging. Oh, come on, Mom. Come on, Mom. I said, Mom, come on. Just do it one time. I said, my brothers do it with me all the time. And they did. I had 2 older brothers. They used to let me hang on the side of their car, and they'd pull me around the neighborhood. Looking back on it now, I realized they were trying to kill me. But at the time, I didn't know that. And I thought, hey, this is fun, no? So finally, I said, come on, Mom. And I talked her into it. Against her better judgment, my mom said, okay, let's go. So I sat on David's 5-speed bike and held on to the side of the Volkswagen, and she started pulling me down Highway 150 from East Peoria to Morton, Illinois. Back in those days, Highway 150 was a tar and gravel road. Have you ever seen those? They spray the tar down and put the gravel down, you know, and when it gets hot, the tar bubbles up between and makes a popping noise on your tire when you go over it. That's the kind of road it was in those days. So we're going along just fine, about 35 miles an hour. I'm hanging on the side of the car, you know, hair pulled back, tears streaming up my eyes this way, dodging bugs. I am not sure exactly what happened. Even to this day, we're not sure, but apparently the chain came off and got tangled up in the back wheel, and the back wheel stopped turning. And in much less time than it takes to tell the story, the bike was gone out from under me. I tried frantically to run 35 miles an hour. Immediately, I discovered I could not do it. And so down I went into the gravel on the side of Highway 150. But I did not, or could not, I don't know what happened so fast, I did not let go of the handle of the Volkswagen. So Mom had been looking at me, checking up on me while she's driving along, and she noticed I was gone. She thought, oh no, he fell down. That's the way I always fall, Mom. You ever know anybody falls up? And so now my mom thought, you know, he may go into the back tire of the Volkswagen. She had been dragging me in the gravel, and so she wisely swerved to miss me and started dragging me across the hot, bubbling blacktop. They took me down to the hospital. We had been there before on numerous occasions. The doctor took one look at me and said, "What happened to this kid?" My mom told him the story, and those poor doctors, they get to see it all, emergency room doctors. He said to the nurse, he said, "Well, I want you to go get Bertha, Gertrude, Matilda, and Zelda, please." A few minutes later, in through the door came the 4 biggest nurses in the world. He said, "Ladies, I want you to hold this kid down to the table, please." One by one, they went around, each one grabbed an arm or a leg. They're smiling, holding me down. The doctor reached under the table and got a bucket and poured in some Physa-Hex soap and filled it full of scalding hot water and put something in there to cut the tar. I don't know what it was, even to this day. But then I could not believe what I saw next. He pulled out a regular Walmart or Kmart scrub brush. I thought, no, this is a hospital, man. They're going to have something, chrome, stainless steel. No, just a regular old plastic scrub brush like you buy at Walmart all day long. He dipped it in that hot soapy water and said, "Ladies, hang on." He began to scrub and scrub my little 7th grade carcass. My whole right arm, my whole right leg, right side of my body had been dragged through the gravel and then through the tar to seal the gravel in there. And he had to scrub the tar off and try to get all the gravel out. I want you to know I tried desperately to kick them fat ladies off. But I couldn't do it. They had me outweighed about 300 to 1, totally against the Olympic rules. So after about 20 minutes of him scrubbing and scrubbing and scrubbing, he said, "Okay, that's it. He's done. Wrap him up and send him home." So they wrapped me up and sent me home. Several days later, when we took the bandages off to see what was left of my little 7th grade carcass, I noticed something interesting. In my left elbow, I discovered some cinders and tar that they missed. They're still there right now. If you think I'm going to go back to the hospital and let them scrub this out, you're mistaken. I can run faster now. By the time they caught me, they'd be too skinny to hold me down.
Couldn't prove this to anybody, but here's my Hovind theory.
So yeah, that was a very, very, very different story.
Yeah,
I wonder if it happened twice. What if his mom and his dad drug him?
And you would remember whether it was your mother or father driving, which leads me to believe that it was a bunch of crap.
Yeah, or maybe it happened twice.
Well, maybe this. You've been mad. Oh,
But when I saw Hovind's,
another story that he used to tell a lot about the guy that bought the DAL property there in Lenox. He used to say it was an attorney named John from South Carolina. Now it's some anonymous person from, I think, Missouri. Is that what he says?
I almost thought it was some Islamic guy or something from Missouri, but maybe I'm mistaken there.
Well, I know when I first met him, he told me, and he was telling people that, and I used to give tours at the place too, and this was like the script that I was given, that some attorney named John from South Carolina donated the DAL property or bought it for Kent. But now if you go and find him talking about, DAL, he says it's some anonymous person from Missouri. Just
right, because it's Chris Jones, and he wants to create some distance between South Carolina and Missouri. I mean, South Carolina, it's a dead, and John Doe. I mean, what more generic name could you choose?
Well, I mean, Chris Jones is a pretty generic name too.
Right, right.
Is he related to Alex Jones and Michael Jones?
No. Oh. Not that we know of. But Billy asked me for that clip because he'd seen my short and he knew he wanted to use that. So I got a good shout out from Billy. Thank you.
Good one. Good one.
You're welcome.
When God made the world, it was surrounded by a crystalline canopy a couple inches thick, maybe 10 miles up, that squeezed the air down into a closer, greater air pressure on the surface. Everybody could breathe easier, run faster, live longer, grow bigger. Everything got bigger in the pre-flood world. But that crystal canopy, if it was super cold ice at, say, 400 below zero Fahrenheit, or whatever it is, Kelvin or Celsius, okay, I can figure it out if you like. But I think the stars, we know the stars are producing light. They're also producing radio waves, X-rays, all them gamma rays, beta rays, all them ray boys are coming off the stars. I think that crystalline canopy would change the frequency of the stars into music. And Adam and Eve lived inside a giant stereo. And they could listen to the music of the stars. And we'll go a little further. I couldn't prove any of this. I'm just telling you my theory. I think God gave Adam and Eve the gospel story in the stars.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. Mm-hmm. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I remember I got in our church bus one time, had a whole busload of kids. We ended up stuck. I had to back up the bus for 5 miles. Try backing up a church bus full of kids for 5 miles sometimes. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to assume that this supposable church bus was a regular size school bus. And even with assuming that, I'm still trying to figure out how he couldn't just pull into somebody's yard, or if there may have been some farm area that you could have pull into a side road farm area, back the bus back out into the road, even if it's a 16, 17 point turn, could have gotten turned around instead of supposedly backing up for 5 miles. I'm just going to go ahead and call BS on this one.
I tell the boys when they call me asking them advice about a girlfriend, I'll say, look, go look in the mirror and ask yourself this question. Would you want your daughter to live with this guy?
Really, I think my only question with this statement is why are boys calling you for relationship advice?
And wait, yeah. And like, okay, so you go look in the mirror, assuming it's the mirror in your home where you live with your own children, and ask yourself, would you want this guy living with your daughter? Like, that's asking, like, me? Yes, of course, I'm her father. But not in like a relationship way, the way he's implying, which just makes this whole thing so weird.
And who would want Kent to be dating their daughter, for one thing?
Would you want your daughter to live with this guy?
The guy in the mirror, right? The guy in the mirror.
Go back a little bit.
Okay.
Backing up for 5 miles. I'm just going to go ahead and call BS on this one.
5 miles.
I tell the boys when they call me asking them advice about a girlfriend, I'll say, look, go look in the mirror and ask yourself this question. Would you want your daughter to live with this guy?
Really, I think my only question with this statement is why are boys calling you for relationship advice?
What happened?
That's a great point.
Okay, folks, so as you can tell...
I lost
Deal with it.
Oops.
That was almost a...
Live longer, grow bigger.
Pretty close.
Pull into a side road.
Patrick Urish.
On this one.
I tell the boys when they call me asking them advice about a girlfriend, I'll say, look, go look in the mirror and ask yourself this question. Would you want your daughter to live with this guy?
Really, I think my only question with this statement is why are boys calling you for relationship advice?
And I'm still hung up on the looking at yourself in the mirror and asking if you would want your daughter to live with you. I mean, yes, obviously. I'm her dad. What kind of a question is that?
It's very
and you're
weird.
still fighting it, aren't you? Should have whipped this 15, 20 years ago. Not as dumb as the Jews, I guess. Okay.
Well,
what?
Still fighting it, aren't you?
Wait, who?
For relationship advice.
And you're still fighting it, aren't you?
Fighting what?
Should have whipped this 15, 20 years ago. Not as dumb as the Jews, I guess. Whipped this 15, 20 years ago. Not as dumb as the Jews, I guess. Whipped this 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, about as dumb as the Jews, right?
Is that what he said?
Yes, he said about as dumb as the Jews.
Oh,
and then
God.
snorted snot up his nostrils.
That is so
Well, it wouldn't-
weird.
Right? Why would he make that comment?
Does Billy make a comment about that?
Let's hear.
Not as dumb as the Jews, I guess. Okay.
Well, it wouldn't be Kent without adding a little bit of anti-Semitism in there, would it, y'all?
Maybe prayer isn't what you need. Maybe certain vitamin or minerals what you need. And you need to call Patrick Urish, 570. I got his number here somewhere. He's on my channel every Sunday night, up in Pennsylvania. Okay. What is the number on the screen?
Is that the new Bill Sardi?
I don't see it. Patrick Urish on YouTube. Oh, Urish IHP International Health Prospector or something like that .com. Yeah, he say, Patrick, Doc says I should call you. What? I got this problem. I got an infection. What should I do? And just listen to it.
Yeah, I know I said this last month, but don't listen to Kent nor his little cronies for any type of medical advice. Just go to your doctor.
One of the girls in high school invited me to go to her church, a Baptist church. I'd never heard of a Baptist church.
Seriously, Kent, I know you were a teenager at the time, but Baptists, even back then, were one of the largest denominations of Christians in America, and you're going to sit there and claim that you didn't know what a Baptist was back then? Give me a break.
As many. What is your body count now for the folks you've...
What? What did Bolin just ask him?
The body count.
What is your body count?
Yeah. That's only used for dead people.
No, that's okay. No, yes and no, but body count is also how many people you've slept with.
Oh, I always thought it was how many people you've killed. What's the or how many people are dead?
Yes, but in the current cultural thing, what do they call it?
The Urban Dictionary.
Urban Dictionary, yeah. Go there and find out what body count means.
Give me a break.
As many. What is your body count now for the folks you've baptized?
Oh, Stephen, you know just as well as I do that saying body count has nothing whatsoever to do with baptism.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Billy caught that.
Yeah. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, I have to make an apology.
Really? Well, this is the first time I've heard you say that. This must be something really important. Please continue.
I need to apologize to Mark Stoney, believe it or not.
I don't believe it, but please continue.
I said on my program sometime that he was kicked out of the military for being crazy. And I found out just recently, I may have seen it before, but it didn't register.
I don't really understand how it couldn't register before due to the simple fact that it has been pointed out so many numerous amounts of times, but if you say so, please continue.
It's not true, and I'm sorry I said that. It was found out he was crazy after he got kicked out, but he wasn't kicked out for being crazy.
Oh, Kent, you were so close to actually giving an apology to somebody, and then you just ruined it by simply turning back around and continuing the lie that Mark is crazy. He wasn't kicked out for being crazy. He isn't crazy. He isn't none of the above. The only thing he suffers from is PTSD, and that's because he is a military veteran. One who has actually been to war and understands the tragedies that war entail. But you just like to play pretend here on the internet and have zero clue on what that means and what that can actually do to a person, and you demean them and call them crazy for something that has everlasting effects on them. The tragedies of war have everlasting effects, hence the reason why he has PTSD, and I wish him the best.
Thank you,
of
Billy.
trying
Well
to
said.
deal with it.
Thank you, Billy.
That was almost a really good apology, Ken.
I'm still going to accept it.
That was I love it.
Oh, Steven, I don't know what we would do without you accepting an apology on somebody else's behalf. Holy crap. Well, it's official. Stephen Bolin accepted Kent's apology on behalf of Mark. So, there you go, Mark. Your apology has been accepted already, and there you go. You just have to take it since Stephen is allowed to accept apologies for you.
You know, Mark Stoney needs to do a little of that too.
Well, the fact that he went right away to atheist channels to try to tear me down. That says volumes.
I know.
Being unequally together with unbelievers. This is what we're talking about. How close do you keep your friends? He fits in better with the atheist crowd than he does with the Christian crowd, and that says a lot.
Oh my goodness, Kent, you do this all the time. Just because somebody goes on somebody's channel who is atheist does not mean that they're running to atheist channels. What it really means is they were invited on to talk about what issues were at hand, so they went on and talked to them about what issues were at hand. Nobody's running, nobody's doing none of the sort. And I hear sirens outside. Are they coming after you, Kent?
But
Well-
he was not kicked out. He was honorably discharged from the military. And so I'm sorry. I remember talking to him, but I get so many things. People talk to me, a lot of things going on in my head, and it leaks a little bit. But no, so I'm sorry I said that. Not true. He was not discovered he was crazy until after he was out.
Again, he wasn't discovered to be crazy after getting out of the military or anything of the sort. PTSD is not equivalent to being crazy. PTSD is a condition of war. Get it through your thick skull, Kent. War has an effect on people.
And I'm concerned about his mental health. I really am.
No.
Well, he doesn't build anything for the kingdom.
Oh, Stephen, nobody needs your insincere concern for them. And as far as doing anything for the kingdom, why even bring that up, Kent? Because you have zero clue on what he might be doing for anybody, anywhere.
Even if I'm wrong, even if I'm a bad guy, he says this is a cult. Of course, it was fine when he lived here for 2 years and we were feeding him and providing his utilities, then providing a house. Of course, we were fine then.
Okay, Kent, so quick question. You like to brag about providing housing and food and utilities and water and all this stuff for people who are there, but you never tell people what they provide you in exchange. They provide you your physical labor at this little cult of yours. So if you're going to say what you provide people, actually proclaim what they provide you in exchange. So I see it as an equal exchange of goods and not handouts.
But now that he's gone, now we're a cult.
I definitely earned my keep there. I did a lot of work for Kent for nothing, for free. I didn't even accept a paycheck from him while other people were. Like, I just didn't need it. Didn't care about that. I just wanted to help. And that's what I was there for. And he's going to talk to me like I've never done anything. And that he was just giving me these handouts that I was just, being provided for. Dude, give me a break.
Look, we feed a lot of people. How's a lot of people around here? You've been here, brother. For how long were you here, Stephen?
Oh, I was there for 4 months, but, I've been involved with DAL for 3 years now, and I confirm it is far from a cult. The folks who say that it's a cult are the folks who were asked to leave, and they're bitter about it. And that's...
I was not asked to leave. I left because it was a cult, and there were pedophiles. That's why I left.
As simple as that. That goes for Mark Stoney, Cindy Lincoln, the whole lot of them. They're bitter because they had to separate from that place because it's so wonderful. You can feel the Holy Spirit.
Are you kidding me? Is that... Where does he
Talk about kissing ass.
Where does he come up with this? Well, okay, Bolin, why were you so bitter when you left?
He called Kent the laziest person he'd ever seen, and he actually told the truth. For once in his life, that's when he was telling the truth.
But, that didn't set well with him, so...
Well, he needed Kent's followers for his own ministry.
Yep.
And I'm convinced that he wants to take over in some regard after Kent leaves, but he just doesn't have it.
No, he doesn't.
When you step out of the car.
Okay, Stephen, I might have only been down there for 1 weekend only, but I wasn't asked to leave, and I call it a cult. And the feeling that I get when I was walking around that place was nothing but sheer creepiness, due to the simple fact that their high leader, Kent, his little nickname was Doc. Every single person there would call Kent Doc, as if he asked them to call him Doc. It was just plain weird. Nobody does that, not even real doctors.
Yeah, why are people so obsessed with you?
I don't know.
I'll answer that for you, P-Town, and the answer to that is, quite simply, Kent is a lolcow for a lot of people. And I am one of those people.
That was Dustin who asked that.
Right.
He made a mistake there.
What did he ask
Sorry,
him?
go ahead.
What did he ask him?
Why people so obsessed with him? And he thought that was P-Town asked that, but it was Dustin
Oh
Buck.
boy.
That see Kent as the lolcow that he is. I milk him for the lols. And I decided to have fun with this and document Kent on a monthly basis like a true lolcow gets documented.
Well, now you got Christians doing it.
Well, how bad was
in
Jesus?
a negative way.
Yeah, didn't they hate Jesus pretty bad?
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, Kent. You want to be Jesus so bad, but you are nothing compared to him.
Yeah.
Before moving on, Dan, was there any other theologies that Mark told you Kent subscribes to that you may want to ask him for yourself while we have him with us?
Oh, that wasn't even Mark, but...
Good for you, Dan, for correcting Stephen there, trying to manipulate the situation into stirring up some more drama with Mark and Kent. And you know what they say about manipulation, right, Stephen?
Well, if people have a difference of opinion with me on a particular doctrine, they can go start their own camp someplace. Go start your own dinosaur adventureland. Buy the property across the street and build one over there and teach, Calvinism if you want. But you're not going to take over this one. And that's what's happened not too many, 4 or 5 in 8 years. I said, oh, wow, this is great. I'll take it.
Oh my goodness, Kent. Quit being so stupidly paranoid about everything imaginable just because people disagree with the way you're running things and they try to give you advice doesn't mean they're trying to take over and you gotta find a way to kick them out. My goodness, you are so freaking paranoid over nothing.
Hey, one more thought. I heard Mark Stoney say on one channel one time that, you come down to Dinosaur Adventureland, after a couple of days, they expect you to work. Like, what, you expect me to feed you the rest of your life because you came to visit?
I'm sure that there was way more to the statement than simply, they expect you to work after a couple days down there. So, Kent, quit being dishonest and actually say what the statement was, as opposed to taking snippets and quote mining.
And Stephen, get specifics. They're always generic.
I will get extremely specific for you then, Kent. With your longtime friend Chris Jones comes down there with what was then an 11-year-old boy, and you see him with this 11-year-old boy by himself with no parent. Why in your mind does it make sense, knowing his convictions, even if you believe he was innocent, you still know his convictions? So why do you think it was right to put him alone in a house that has nothing in it whatsoever other than a bed, and for them to then stay the night together by themselves with nobody around? And don't give me this excuse that Paul Hansen was there, because Paul wasn't there. He was outside in an RV. So why do you think it was right to set up a house for Chris Jones to be alone with an 11-year-old boy, knowing his convictions, instead of telling Chris, look here, leave the boy here, we're calling the cops, I don't know what's going on with you, but this looks horrible considering your convictions. Why did you give him a house alone with that boy?
It is February the 7th, 2024, 2 days before my spiritual birthday. Give my heart to the Lord, February 29th. Tonight we'll be whacking...
Oh my gosh, Joseph, I hope as this month goes on that you get these problems fixed with the sound.
Let me ask you, Jerry, if evolution is true, how do you tell right from wrong? Would it be wrong to go next door and kill your neighbor's baby and eat it?
I know it's hard to see the smug look on Kent's face because of the quality of video that they put out over there, but I absolutely love the smug look on his face and him believing that he made such a great point, even though what he just said made him sound utterly insane, instead of as if he actually had a point.
So a bunch of typographical errors is going to change Shakespeare into, the Bible.
Can you pause it for 1 second?
It's an error.
Yeah.
Yeah, Billy's right. That I mean, Kent makes this analogy that a lion killing a zebra is somehow analogous to you going and eating your neighbor's baby.
Yeah. No.
But why does he use? I mean, he uses two different species. One is a prey and one is a predator, and that's somehow supposed to equate with a neighbor eating another neighbor's baby.
I think it's just for shock value.
I guess, but why would anyone think that that's even a good analogy?
Because Holden.
Right. And also, didn't Chris Jones spend several nights
Yeah,
with
it was like,
I won't say his name, but
4 days.
it wasn't just
4
one
days.
night.
Right. It was like 4 days, 3 nights, 4 days, something like that. Or 4 nights.
Yeah,
and 3
one night's
days.
bad enough, but
Right. Yep.
Hopefully, my intro at the beginning explained to Joseph how he could fix this ongoing problem of the quality of video that they put out.
Talk about ripping into other people. That's all Agent does. His whole channel. Now, I should have checked. I don't want to offend anyone or be disrespectful. So I should have checked to see if he, she, it, whatever pronoun.
Sorry, I hit the pause button instead of my mute button and coughed right into your ears. My bad. And here he goes.
We forgive you.
Yay, thank you.
Changed it to Ms. AA or AAA. I didn't look real close. Or AJ Pat her daughter. Is it Pat her daughter now?
You know, for you to claim the title of being a pastor of a church and then to speak towards somebody the way that you speak towards them, but in the same breath claim that you're worried about their soul, is the highest level of hypocrisy there is.
His stuff, I don't watch his channel. Once in a while somebody sends me a link, watch this, he's talking about you again. He does that, that's all he does, okay?
Actually, it's not all he does. If you don't notice, he sometimes goes quite a while without doing a live stream, but every night that you're on doing a live stream, you have primarily at least one comment about him every live stream. So who's the obsessed one?
So, Ms. and AA, AAA, beginner, whatever they call it, Pat her daughter, you often say that I disrespect you. I want you to please understand something. Your entire channel is devoted to disrespecting me. Your whole channel. You have no original content and you only ride on my coattails to get a name for yourself. Unknowingly, you're helping me spread the creation message to your viewers. Thanks. Thanks for letting me live rent-free in your head. I don't think I'm going to come visit very often, but thanks anyway, okay? I've done my part to warn you of the death style you've chosen. It's on you now. I pray God has not given up on you yet. Read Romans chapter 1. You're in there. The whole chapter, pretty much. It's not too late to turn to Christ for forgiveness and salvation. I'd be honored to lead you to a saving knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ, who died for you and rose again. Call me anytime or come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. I'm not your enemy. You don't know it. I'm the best friend trying to warn you. You're going to hell, and I don't want that. I'd like to see you give your heart to the Lord get saved. So, Ms. AA, Pat her daughter, come on down to Dinosaur Adventureland.
So now that I let you finish with that little bit of a diatribe of whatever the heck that was, let me assure you that by some chance that AJ does come to Christ, it will not be anything at all whatsoever to do with anything that you've done or said. In fact, if we're really looking at it analytically, if anything, you're pushing him away from Christ by just you being you. Now, I absolutely love Mr. Rogers, and I absolutely love the way he tells everyone, I like you just the way you are. But Kent, I can absolutely stand before God and say that I do not like you for who you are. You push so many people away from Christ just by you being you. And your disrespect is one of the most ungodly things I've seen.
I thought because somebody said, oh, you got to look at the link, he's talking about you again. He does every show I do. He'll replay it on his channel and put his comments at the bottom. People get to see it.
Well, that's a flat out lie because he doesn't comment on every show you do. He mainly comments on your silly little whacking atheist thing you do.
While I was in prison unjustly. Paul, how long were you with me in there? 85% of a year and a half. Whatever that is. Okay.
Well,
So I'm guessing he's talking to Paul Hansen. Is Paul Hansen still a DAL? Wow, that's news. I thought he was on his boat in the Gulf.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, you're asking Paul how long he was in there with you. Is this Paul Hansen? Is he back over at DAL as of February 7th?
Time, so without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and toss it off. And time permitting, Dr. Hoven will hang around to answer some of your questions. So without further ado, here you go.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me, brother. It's good to hear about your ministry. I'm excited about that. I've done my share of street preaching and out on the streets. We're trying to win people to the Lord.
Well, this is the first time I've ever heard you talk about street preaching, Kent, and you being a part of it. But other than that, tell Joseph if he's going to have you on any program other than your own that he might want to get the audio problems solved before actually going on those programs, because this is probably what's going to end up happening right here if he doesn't. Yep, that's right. They lost signal on a live stream on someone else's channel.
And with Dr. Kent Hoven.
So if Kent did actually do street preaching, don't you think he would be blasting that all over YouTube? Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
I don't think he would be doing street preaching like Ray Comfort style without making a big show about it.
Right.
This is just a test run to see if our audio is working. I believe I fixed the problem. This is a test run. This is a very short 20-second live. If you're sounding good or bad on your platform, please let me know.
I wonder how long this will last.
Without any direct perceptual acquaintance with the objective name. Language of a textbook is characteristic of genuine language. If I say the word house, can you picture in your mind a house? How many can do that?
I cannot.
Can you picture a house? Can you?
I can't do that. I can't. I have aphantasia. It's a pretty rare condition, but there are people that have the inability to visualize images in their head. So, okay. Really not relevant, but some people can't actually visualize things.
Can a cat do that, or a dog, or an elephant? No.
Little bit of buzziness still happening in the background, but hopefully you're on the...
Wait a second. Is he implying that people that can't visualize in their heads aren't human? Is that what I'm picking up?
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's a real condition. It is. You can look it up. Aphantasia.
Definitely. There's two types. There's people that are born with it, and there's people that acquire it later due to some trauma.
Yeah, I acquired it with my PTSD. That's how I used to be able to visualize things. I used to be able to dream vividly, but with my PTSD, I actually really tried not to visualize, and I kind of got stuck there where I can't visualize anymore.
You'll be able to again.
Maybe. I can't yet. I've tried. It's not a thing that I can do anymore. But yeah, okay. I guess I'm not human. Cool.
On the right track, Joseph. But to answer Kent's question about animals being able to picture a house in their head, yes, they can picture houses in their head. There are numerous stories of animals getting lost out somewhere because a family vacation gone awry and the animal got lost, and next thing the family knows is when they get home from their vacation or whatever they were doing, the animal is right there on the front porch waiting for them because that animal knows where they live. Oh, this was a Meister Day that had me worried because we didn't have no Meister on Meister Day, but thankfully they let us know he's okay. I don't know exactly how long this clip was that I originally took, but as you can tell by the buzzing in the background, Joseph still hasn't figured everything out, and this is the way the so-called Sunday church service started on that day, was with silence and buzzing.
Oh, and talking about illness, Brother Meister and Mrs. Meister need prayer. I think they're under the weather, and a few other of our people here. So.
Yep. All right.
Thank you, Sandra, for having the common decency to let us know that Meister was okay and was simply feeling a little under the weather. And of course, Kent was just very dismissive and just saying, okay.
This is from NASA. Whoa, need another 7 astronauts, or whatever happened when they blew up that one. Okay.
Wow, the utter disrespect towards the people who passed away that day on the Challenger mission.
And potential future missions are in the conceptual or planning stages. That's another word for send more money, okay? Better understanding of the early Earth, if we could study more about, billions of years ago, or living extremophiles, could inform our attempts to detect life beyond the planet. Boy, if only we knew more. If only we had more money for more research. That's all this is code word for send more money, okay?
The irony of complaining about NASA getting funding when this guy starts every live stream telling everyone where to donate and where to give money and why they need more money.
Wow. We're going to go land on a planet where the grass is pink. I know somebody, Pat her daughter, would like pink grass, wouldn't he? Okay.
Heck, dude, I would think pink grass was pretty cool. After all these years of seeing nothing but green grass, I think it'd be pretty awesome to see a different colored grass.
Had to look up the channel to find the live. That's the case. They're shadow banning Genesis Baptist Church. What does that mean? They don't put it in the searches. They don't notify when we go live. Really? Can you talk to them about that and say, look, knock it off, guys? A strongly worded email. Why don't all of you write them a strongly worded email? Say, come on, what are you guys afraid of the truth? You got Kent Hovind, a little bitty former science teacher. What are they afraid of me for?
Okay, so since C-Science was the one who initially made the comment to Kent, I will direct my reply to him and let him know that if he were to go back to Genesis Baptist Church YouTube channel, he would find that this particular live stream is not there, because this particular live stream that you claim was being shadow banned is not being shadow banned. They just simply forgot to live stream to that specific channel that day. Now, if you go to all the other channels that they live stream to, you'll find this one. But for some reason that day, they forgot to specifically live stream to Genesis Baptist Church YouTube channel. So that's why you couldn't find it originally. That's why you didn't get a notification. It's not because they're shadow banned. It's just simply they forgot to live stream to that channel. So yeah. So this phone call was a surprise to everyone. I apologize for Mark's voice being so loud.
Right, and I said that on my channel.
Well, you said it was found out later that I was crazy, which isn't accurate or true either. Like, I've never been diagnosed with anything other than PTSD. I mean, I've had ADHD since I was a kid, but, that doesn't make somebody crazy. I served in combat, Ken. I was in war. I've killed people in combat, and that messed with my head. I think it should. I think people that it doesn't mess with are the crazy ones. It's not natural to take another person's life. It's very not normal, and it had an impact on me. But it doesn't make me crazy. I mean, I'm a little hypervigilant with things, little anal retentive about certain things being the way they are for me to be able to, provide safety for my family and everything. But beyond that, it's not like I'm crazy.
Okay, the rumors go all over the place, and they get exponentially greater every time they get told.
Sure.
Did you know, according to Julie, it was Cindy that asked Mackenzie, Cindy was rubbing my back, said, Mackenzie, would you like to rub his feet?
Well, that's interesting.
That has now grown into, I molested her.
Well, I never said anything about you molesting Mackenzie. I've actually stood up for you when it comes to that. I've told people that all I ever knew about was just massages, and I can't speak to what your mindset was.
Okay, so that was a bit of a longer clip, but I feel like it's better to allow Mark to explain for himself the effects of war as opposed to me repeating myself and saying that war is damaging to one person's psyche, blah, blah, blah. But what I get from that exchange right there is Kent's immediate deflection and shifting the blame to somebody else about a subject that has nothing to do with what Mark was even trying to explain to him. And it's quite interesting because it seems that Kent's story is changing quite a bit when it comes to who asked who to do what rubbing and where.
But you know in hindsight now that Steve was not acting in good faith with you.
Oh yeah. Steve's a bad guy, and so is Randall. I understand. So is Theodore.
Yeah.
I've had several. That's okay. But ultimately, that's what I tried to explain, Cindy. That you may be correct. Let's assume you are correct. Okay, they're bad. Now, drop it. I'm paying the bills. It's my money they're stealing. Why is this bothering you? You know.
Well, isn't it interesting that Kent claims that it's his money that they are stealing and not ministry money? Granted, there is many a times where people said that they saw Steve coming in and stealing cash out of the donation box, which would be classified as ministry money, but I guess Kent sees his money as one and the same as ministry. I don't know.
Chris Jones. I think I know all of the story behind Chris Jones, all different sides. And he was blowing the whistle on the police department in his area. And so they got him, find something that did it for me. They put me in prison for 9 years. 52 or 8, whatever counts of, and none of them are right. So if Chris is guilty of anything, it would be the absolutely lowest level of pedophilia. There's all kinds of different levels of it. Seeing a kid in his underwear that he already lived with for 3 years.
Okay, so your story used to be that Chris was exposing Bohemian Grove and the goings-on over there, and that's why they were after him. But now I guess your new story is that he was exposing a local police department. Okay, whatever on that. Let's focus more on your idea of levels of pedophilia. And if Chris Jones was guilty of anything, it would have been the lowest form of pedophilia. I don't know about anyone else. I understand that the states have, tiers and stuff like that, but I don't know about anyone else, but I don't have a certain level when it comes to pedophilia. Pedophilia is pedophilia. There is no in between, and it should not be tolerated in any shape or form or anything.
Let's assume all this is true. Chris is guilty of spanking a kid when he's naked, and he's guilty of seeing a kid in his underwear.
Strip poker as well.
Okay, and he's the babysitter. He lived with the kids for 3 years. Now, this is 25 years ago. Okay.
Sure.
Am I now guilty of something because I'm his friend? I mean, Jesus was accused of being a friend of sinners and publicans.
Okay, Kent, 2 things. First thing, really fast, I heard the little snippet of a comment of you saying it was 25 years ago, and we all know that's your way of saying it's in the past, who cares about it now? Which, a conviction like this, I don't care. That is always something to care about. And secondly, just because people have a problem with one of your friend's convictions does not mean that people are saying that you are guilty of the same thing. I don't know if that's a guilty conscience or not, but you need to stop making this comparison because nobody has ever condemned you or said you're guilty of anything or anything like that. They've just said, hey, it's a bad look that you've got somebody who has these convictions coming to a children's ministry.
Ernie read the whole court case with Chris Jones.
Can you pause it for 1 second?
You were trustee of the ministry at the.
So I would think that the crimes that he was convicted of are actually, if there's a hierarchy, that those would be higher up because there were actual physical contact with people, with children.
Yeah.
As opposed to somebody who got, caught just with writing material or whatever. Or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and the lowest level of convicted sex offender does not get the highest level of registration. Chris Jones is a tier 3 of a 3-tier system, 3 being the worst offenders, 1 being like the least offenders, which tier 1s would be like having child porn or
Right.
not necessarily distributing it, but possessing. But the highest tiers are for those that physically abuse children.
Right.
And that's
Which he
exactly
did
what
several
happened.
times.
Yeah. He was convicted
And
on 4 of 8, and 2 of those were actually joined charges. So he was convicted of, well, the majority of his charges. He was charged with 7, but since 2 of those charges were joined, it was actually 8 charges to begin with. So he convicted big time.
and his outstanding charges still to be tried.
Right. The recent ones. Yep.
And Billy's doing a really good job here, I think.
Yes. Good job, Billy.
He makes the Logan, can I say one more thing?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
So he makes the good point that Kent's story has changed from Chris Jones outing Bohemian Grove to now it's some police department that he's spoken out against, and they've created this whole conspiracy and put him in prison. And it's what a lie. I mean,
yep.
Does Kent forget what his original story was, or is he changing his story because the Bohemian Grove thing was just patently ridiculous?
See, when you tell a lie, it's hard to keep your story straight because you have to relive the lie again, and you're never gonna relive a made up situation like you would an actual memory. So yeah, he's definitely lying.
I put on there. Look what I put on the thingamajiggy.
What, Logan?
My words on the bottom. What do you think of those?
Truck driving Billy rules. Heck yeah.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna play it.
The time is what Chris did by bringing Zaire to DAL. Is it illegal or just unwise? He said, well, it wasn't illegal, but it was unwise. Okay, that's a very different story. It's perfectly fine for him to travel with Zaire with his mother's permission to come to Dinosaur Adventure. He did not stay at the camp one night. He stayed over at Cindy's house.
Right, it was Cindy's house. Actually, it wasn't Cindy's house at the time. It was Mia's at the time. She didn't buy that house until later. But no, it's not legal for a minor to stay under the same roof with a tier 3 registered sex offender. It's a Class C felony in Alabama.
I'm staying in the same room. I don't know.
Under the same roof.
Nothing happened at DAL. So
Sure.
I can't help what happens in the rest of the world.
I know this clip is a little longer than it should have been, considering I'm only speaking on the last part of it, but I think it's also good to have in here the fact that Kent was told that what Chris did when bringing that boy down to Alabama by himself is illegal in Alabama, so Kent has no excuses by some chance it happens again. Now, with what he said at the end of that clip, though, is very telling of the way Kent's mind frame works, to me at least, because the simple fact is he has this claim in his own head that, well, it didn't happen on DAL, so I'm not at fault for anything. But he is the one who set up a place for Chris and that young boy to be able to sleep in the same bed. So if anything happened, wouldn't it still be your fault, Kent, since you did nothing to stop it, and in fact you did everything to encourage it?
As far as Brady's never been convicted of.
I also wanted to point out that Kent flat out lied about what Ernie had said about whether it be illegal or unwise. Ernie, there's a recording. It's somewhere on my channel. I might even go look for it here in a minute, but it's a recording of Kent and Ernie talking about Chris Jones, and Ernie was telling Kent it was in fact illegal for him to be traveling with a child.
Right.
He didn't say it was unwise. He said it was illegal, and Ernie tried to tell Kent, don't do this. It's not only unwise, it's illegal. So
And
Kent's flat out lying about that conversation.
right. And you notice Kent saying, well, I have no control over what happens in the rest of the world. I mean, this is across the street. I
Yeah, he
mean,
had absolute control over that property. Yeah, Mia Voss owned it at the time, but Kent was using that property for overflow for people. He would send people with like motorhomes that they didn't have a hookup for over there. Nick and Julie were living at that house while they were working for Kent. It's a DAL affiliated property for sure, 100%. It's not like some other person that has nothing to do with Kent Hovind or DAL owned that house. It was Mia Voss, and she is a longtime supporter of Kent Hovind. She moved from Canada to buy, or well, she was gonna move from Canada to live in that house, but she didn't. She ended up staying in Canada, from what I understand, and ended up selling the house to Cindy afterwards, after the fact. So, Kent's a liar.
Anything. 40 years ago, apparently he did something inappropriate with one of his kids. But if the accusation has now grown, I don't even know what it is.
Well, I had a conversation with Blaine, just Brady's son, who I didn't even know he had a son at the time. I knew he had a daughter, and he had supervised visitation with her, but I didn't know anything about the son. But Blaine told me that it wasn't just one of his daughters, it was also nieces and nephews, and potentially kids in Sunday school, because they'd go from church to church, and Brady was always very involved in the children's ministry.
Okay, so that's a generic charge. Exactly what did he do? He touched them. He had sex with them, or what's he? He was never found guilty of anything.
Well, it never went. It never went to court because the family agreed that if Brady would just disappear, and they would never hear from him again, or anything like that, that would be the gift to them for not pressing charges. But like they had a whole family meeting about it, and it wasn't just his immediate family either. It was cousins as well.
Okay, sure. But what was the accusation?
Sex with the kids.
He had actually had sexual intercourse.
Sex with kids. Yeah.
That was the accusation.
Yeah.
Okay. And you would think the family would press charges or shoot him over that. I certainly think
I feel the same way. I think it's disgusting that that sort of behavior lets go unpunished. But at the same time, I understand why a family would be like, look, we don't want to go through all this. It's embarrassing to the family. You just need to disappear, and we'll never discuss it or think about it again. Like, I kind of understand where they're coming from. But, yeah, I'm with you. Like, if that happened to my family, I'd probably be in prison.
And what's funny here is that's kind of the same approach that Kent Hovind's family has taken with him. They don't have anything to do with him. Basically, their family understanding, whether it be unspoken or actually agreed upon, is that the Hovinds don't affiliate or acknowledge or even associate with Kent Hovind. He's basically the black sheep that will never be a
persona
part of that
non
big
grata.
Big
Huh?
Bad Mama.
Say again?
I said persona non grata. That doesn't it's like he doesn't exist to them.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that is because he threw Joe under the bus, and she served prison time because of him, and that's a hard thing for a child to forget.
Yeah, for sure.
Big Bad
Yeah,
Mama.
Logan.
This guy said this.
What's that?
He said that.
Thanks for dropping in Praise's stream last night.
Oh, you're welcome.
And he also said this.
Kent did not save JD.
Who's JD?
I don't know what that means.
JD.
Josh Duggar?
I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Joe Bob Duggar?
Well, Jim Bob was
Jim Bob.
Josh's dad.
Right.
Josh Duggar was the perv.
Yeah, but
And
Jim Bob was Kent's buddy.
yeah, well, I mean, as much as Jim Bob and that family tried to hide Josh's
Oh yeah,
stuff,
they're
I
all
mean,
guilty.
how did Kent not know about that if they were so close? I wonder if he did.
Who knows?
That's an interesting rabbit trail to go on another
That's a
day.
really good documentary. I'll have to find that, but it's about the religious organization that they belong to and how much cover up there was and all this stuff and more. Sad.
Dahmer, that's JD. That's who they were talking about.
Oh, Jeffrey Dahmer, right.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
there was
Kent-
a big discussion on Praise's channel about did Jeffrey Dahmer get saved? And I went on to the chat and made the point that Jeffrey Dahmer's dad said it was Henry Morris's organization, ICR.
Yeah, it was ICR.
Books from that organization that supposedly saved his son.
And there's even a specific person, a specific pastor, I don't remember the guy's name, that was visiting with Jeffrey Dahmer in prison and was giving him
gave him that material
from ICR. And it wasn't
Yeah.
Kent, and it wasn't Kent's
Right.
material.
But
But
I
there was
got a
an
bunch of
interview.
flack in the chat for saying that stuff,
Yeah. There was an
including
interview, I
from
think it
one
was
of
a
our
60
favorite people.
Oh boy. Yeah. I think it was a 60 Minutes interview where Dahmer said that, you know, he read some young Earth creationist material, but he didn't name Kent. But I think that's what Kent ran with, is, oh, he must have been talking about me because I'm the young Earth creationist guy.
Oh, what do you think that?
I asked for a reference of Dahmer mentioning Hovind by name, and nobody could give me a video link.
Because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, what do you think of that? Dan is going to be having a show tomorrow. Do you think he's going to be a regular on Steven's show?
You know, I just don't watch. I don't watch him, and I'm not going to watch him, so it doesn't really affect me any. I don't watch their show over there.
Yeah, me either. I mean, what's the point? You can't even comment or join or anything. It's like a
Yeah,
complete
and I'm
echo
you
chamber.
know, I'm not religious like that, so I'm just bored by that show. The personalities are boring to me as well.
What about Joseph Supplifer?
Oh, that's Kent's IT guy.
Same thing.
He's a crazy guy.
He's an
He
angel
loves
to
me,
sun.
but
What if he wants to marry you?
He's already married somebody else's wife.
Oh. What if he wants to marry you too?
No.
Oh,
no.
probably not.
That's a
No.
joke.
I'll never
No.
say never, but probably not.
Never.
Never say never.
For murder.
Back to the same issue. This is 40 years ago. Is this now he can never do anything for the Lord?
Well, no, that's not at all what I'm saying. But you do realize that that condition, that attraction to minors, is something that's been proven to not be curable.
I don't know about that. I think people can do all kinds of sin and then get forgiven and move
Well,
on.
yeah, sin for sure. I mean, you can have sinful desires and choose not to act on them, but as far as pedophilia goes, they haven't found a way to psychoanalyze it out of somebody.
I'm dead set against pedophilia.
Oh yeah,
and
I would hope
shoot
so.
somebody in a heartbeat if they bothered my daughter, but I'm just wondering at what point is there now never forgiveness, never they're doomed for life, and again he wasn't actually found guilty of any of this.
Right, he was never charged. It was never even brought to the authorities. It was handled in house.
Yeah, if it was accusations and he did not get a chance to defend himself in court, like me, I didn't give a defense at all to my tax thing.
So, if you don't know who Brady Byram is and who they're talking about in that clip, that is a second friend of Kent Hovind who is not convicted, because Kent is very big on really pushing that narrative along that he was never convicted of it. So how do we know it's true is pretty much what he's saying. He is someone who was ostracized from his family, I guess is the best way to put it, due to the simple fact that his family knows he did something with his daughter, and there's accusations that he's also done things with other family members and also possibly even other children's ministry people. But Kent does nothing but skirt around all of this the whole time. Thankfully, Kent said that he was dead set against pedophilia, but he will skirt around this whole issue with Brady and just say, well, he was never found guilty, or there's no police charges, or this or that. And that doesn't hold water due to the simple fact that his family has taken an adamant stance against him being around them anymore for a very specific reason. Just because there's no conviction doesn't mean that he's not guilty. And for you to sit there and say that just because he may have done something, that means he can't do something for the Lord, well, if it deals with a children's ministry and he has these kind of accusations, obviously he shouldn't be doing something that involves a children's ministry, Kent. Use your common sense. And as far as no conviction, you have a conviction with why you stayed in prison for almost a decade. So
how do we get this to stop now? Because now all over the community of Lenox and Repton and Groville, I see people, hey, come out to Dice Land. Oh no. I say, why? They won't tell me. But I get backhanded rumors that there's a pedophile ring out there and there's people buried under the trailers.
Well, that the whole people being buried stuff came from Joanna. Like, she's the one that started that rumor. Said she saw like a dog with a human bone and something in the back of that property, the Pasmara place that was an RV park for a little while.
That was Cindy's, yeah.
Yeah, that was Joanna that was spreading that rumor. And it was also Joanna that was telling Cindy that there were people crawling on top of her RV over there at her new property. Steve's old place.
Joanna is crazy.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there.
And it was her daughter married Bobby.
Right.
Bobby thinks I'm a heretic for believing you cannot lose your salvation.
Well, once saved, always saved, if truly saved.
So, I hate to tell you, Kent, but if you've got a bunch of rumors locally, you're going to have that solved locally, because Mark is not going to be able to help you figure that out. My suggestion is maybe host an event that is open to the community, such as, I can't remember if you mentioned this previously in this month or later this month, but you mentioned something along the lines of reopening up the lawnmower racing track. That is actually not a bad idea at all. You could have the community come out, bring their own lawnmowers and everything, make it a big event, and I don't know, have a actual real surprise for the winner. Not just like DAL bucks or nothing like that, but actually have a real prize for the winner. And maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to get some of that grace back with the community and show that you're not as bad a guy as everyone thinks you are.
Can you pause it for a second?
I don't know if they did anything wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand where Billy's coming from there, but do we really want Kent more involved in the community of people that live there? I certainly don't, from my perspective.
No,
I think he's poisoned. And so I don't, Billy's giving him some good advice here, but I don't think it's good for the community to be more involved in Dinosaur Adventureland.
Right.
Just wanted to throw that in there.
I couldn't agree more.
Sure.
I certainly had no evil intentions.
Right, but the optics of it, I mean, Especially coming, put yourself in my shoes. I'm, months away from Dinosaur Adventureland. A little perturbed at things that have transpired, and then all of a sudden I'm hearing that, she was involved in these massages.
I don't even know that it was more than one.
Oh my gosh, Kent, when a man is talking to you about his daughter and has the statements that he's having with you right now, and your only response is, I don't even know if there's been more than one, that's not the response you want to give. It's like you're just acting flippant about it when he's having a sincere conversation with you and trying to actually talk to you. Oh my gosh.
I mean, what I heard was violence, and that...
You heard him screaming. What else did you hear?
Oh, I heard impact.
Okay, that was chairs hitting the floor with her angry and screaming, and the tile is still broken. Come take a look.
Yeah.
All I had, play the audio, and you tell me the exact second when I body slammed her. I was holding the phone the entire time with one hand. Did I body slam her with one hand that just almost got broken 2 weeks earlier?
Well, based on what I've heard and what Cindy said and how you've described it, it seems more like it was kind of a hip throw, like a judo move, than a body slam. I mean, but, whatever. It shouldn't have happened either way.
Okay, let me go find that for you, Kent. And fair warning to everyone, I'm about to play the moment of impact in 3, 2, 1.
This is my house!
Damn phone!
And listening back to that audio, it brings to mind a question. If you were holding the phone up in the air away from Cindy the whole time, why all of a sudden does it sound like wind is gusting through the microphone as if it was pulled down really fast? It just seems like an odd thing to happen as the moment of impact is also happening. Just saying.
Military example. If you had 20 people telling the general, I think you're making a mistake. Okay, thank you. I listened. I heard you. Now, get in line. That's a leadership challenge. It's just simply not tolerated. There's a line you can't go over. Every business on the planet has to have, you have to have a supervisor.
Sure.
Somebody's got to make the final decision.
Sure.
I made the final decision. It cost us a bunch of money. And why does anybody else have to worry about it?
It's not just the money, Ken. It's the people.
Kent, military examples don't work in situations like a ministry or even a business. I'm sorry to tell you, but when people are giving you advice, it's not them trying to control you. It's them simply giving advice.
Okay, so you think, excuse me, you think that I need to apologize about getting kicked out of the military for being crazy? You are correct. I will do that. I think I did once, and I'll do it again.
Well, yeah, you did on your show the other day, but what you said immediately after saying he was not kicked out of the military for being crazy, it was found out later that he was crazy. That blew it. That blew it.
Did you recently go to the hospital for psych evaluation or something?
Yeah, I went. I've got PTSD, Kent. I've been dealing with it for 15 years.
Kent just can't say, sorry I said that. You're not a crazy individual. It was a mistake on my part. He cannot just simply say that and move on.
I will check on that. Have you checked into the background of any of these atheists? Do any of them have pedophilia or adultery or anything illegal in their background? Or does that matter?
So, as y'all can tell by the keyword pedophilia in there, they got back on the subject of Chris Jones and Brady Byram somehow. And I don't know why Kent would think that atheists need to have a background check if nobody's even accused them of anything. That's the key thing. Has anyone ever accused various people of things. It's just a confusing statement, honestly, but yeah, let's continue this.
I don't understand Christians who can't forgive something from 40 years ago, for one, like with Brady, and then that's it. They're done for life.
Okay, Kent, this isn't necessarily a matter of forgiveness. There is an old phrase out there, I can forgive, but I'm not forgetting. That kind of applies here. You can forgive all day long, but when it comes to the various things that Brady and Chris have done, there is no forgetting, especially when it comes to a children's ministry. What do you not understand about pedophiles shouldn't be around children's ministries? It boggles my mind how people defend you when it comes to this subject. It's so freaking annoying.
Mark, can you pause it for 1
I was on a
second?
program facing the.
Wasn't there also there was a couple that lived in one of Cindy's houses that kind of trashed the place? Not the Steve Lynn place, but that other couple. One was a woman in a wheelchair, and then she had a husband. Do you remember them? Is anybody there?
Oh, I'm sorry. My microphone was muted. Sorry about that. But yeah, it was John and Tanya. They lived in the same house that Chris Jones and Zaire were.
Oh, okay. Wasn't John a pedophile as well?
No, he was convicted of sexual assault on an adult woman, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. I mean, it's another example of Kent surrounding himself by scumbags.
Yep.
Trolls with Mark, believe it or not. After all the nasty things said back and forth, we had a good show, and here's some of the comments on there. A bunch of people looking for the gotcha moment. Stand strong, Kent. Good point. There was a bunch on there looking to try to catch me with something, weren't they?
I don't really think that many people were looking for a gotcha moment. I thought it was actually more than reasonable, way more than you really deserve.
Then, of course, I guess I should ask the question, who made gravity? Why do they attract? Why don't they repel? I mean, light charges repel, except in San Francisco. And so
Well, I know that was one of Kent's patented little homophobic jokes that he makes, but I thought it was funny with Jackson's facial expression to that as it was happening, because he was laughing at what was being said right before that, and then it clicked in his head like, wait a second, what the heck did he just say?
light charges repel, except in San Francisco. And so why don't Francisco? And so okay, Google. My Google Meet room is always open to you as well, Darth. I don't know what that means, did I?
I guess Kent nor Joseph knows who Darth Kermit is.
But if your theory requires billions of years, then you better get a new theory. Going to pull the pacifier. Real science is going to take away time as their passing, which I have right here, guys. I know you evolutionists are anxious for me to do this. What? How could an amoeba turn to an elephant? Oh well, given enough time. If that doesn't work, add more time. That'll do it. Yeah. That's your passy, guys. I know. I'm gonna pull it out.
You know, it's kind of a little weird that the same people who complain to me about watching animated shows on my channel also idolize a 70-plus-year-old man who's pretending to suck on a pacifier. So, I don't know. I guess me watching animated shows is weirder than that somehow. But I'm just personally glad that the slides that they were using for pacifiers from last month has changed to what they are now, considering that I think Kent was using some pictures of a grown man from some BDSM stuff. I'm not sure. So, yeah, I'm just glad that someone noticed that finally over there at DAL.
5.4 million children worldwide live in orphanages and other institutions.
I was actually confused on why I kept this clip at first, but then it dawned on me that in that clip, Kent was comparing orphanages to slavery, which is just... they don't compare, Kent, as long as it's a decent orphanage, of course. Granted, there are horror stories about orphanages, but still, a real orphanage doesn't compare to slavery.
Is this slavery? Well, I was in it for 9 years. Yeah, it's slavery. I didn't want to be there, but I was.
Well, I hate to tell you, Kent, but the old adage goes, if you can't do the time, then don't do the crime.
But yeah, there were times in the Bible where God said, when you go into this nation, into this city and conquer them, kill everybody, man, woman, child, animals, kill them all.
Yeah.
That's because they were involved in sexual practices that made them contagious, just like a doctor saying, take this antibiotic to kill every single baby bacteria, even the little baby ones that didn't do anything wrong. Got to kill them all. It would have been best for humanity to wipe out. I mean, if one certain disease was discovered, let's say, I won't name one, but if there was a disease that kills people, and there's several of those, and we find out it's generally sexually transmitted through either homosexuality or bestiality, and if when we found out, wow, there's 10 people that got this disease, would it be better for humanity to have them be executed than to let that spread to a whole world where now tens of thousands or millions get it? God in his wisdom said, execute the whole city. How's that?
How's that? Well, honestly, Kent, it just sounds like you're looking for a reason to be homophobic and proclaim that homosexuals need to be killed.
People are always trying to tell me who I can have as friends and who I can't, and I say, well, you don't want them as a friend, great. Jesus was a friend of publicans and sinners.
It's like you're a 3-year-old, Kent, and you don't understand that people aren't telling you who you can be friends with and who you can't be friends with. They're just trying to warn you of Chris Jones and Brady Byram being around kids.
It was Will's home for most of the day till we saved up enough money to buy the 44. He thought he died and went to heaven. Now at 65, are you 65, Will, I think? Somewhere around there. He's getting really soft and he wants a Kubota 60 horsepower with a cab, a heater. Why would you want a heater and air conditioning?
It's cold. It's cold.
No, I didn't feel it.
Okay, donors, this is your hint that Ken is giving you that it is time to donate again because they're about to buy a new tractor and it's going to cost a lot of money, even though they've probably got a tractor that does the job now. They just need something bigger and better.
And they lost their phone out the window. What a shame. So if you want to confess you're the moron screaming, cursing at us, we'll give you your phone back.
Or you could just simply do the Christian thing and show a little grace and find a way to get it back to them.
Well, they're finding more now in a couple states north of us, and I've got somebody who's helping dig one up. He wants me to come help dig one out. He said, "Behold, we found another giant skeleton. I don't dare reveal where, or they'll come steal that one too."
Okay.
Okay, Kent. So, no, the Smithsonian is not taking giant skeletons and hiding them in the basement away from the public. If they truly wanted to do a conspiracy and hide the truth about giant skeletons, they would simply destroy them, not hide them in the basement, as I've heard you proclaim multiple times. And if someone was finding giant skeletons, they would probably get pretty rich pretty fast. So I'm going to call BS on this little story here and say that you're making it up. Oh, come on, Joseph. It's like the 19th of February. Figure out how to work the sound on a computer so that it'll come through a live stream.
That you are a monkey. But I would like all of you to do me a favor. Aaron Rao lives someplace in Texas, and he's the president of an atheist organization there in Texas. If you can find it, send him a banana. Say, Mr. Nelson, calm down. Here's your banana. You be the monkey. We're going to continue being humans. Thank you, okay? Don't believe you're related to a butterfly and a frog. How can you be so stupid?
Okay, so two things real fast. First and foremost, are you seriously trying to get people to do some sort of weirdo harassment campaign where people send Aaron Rock bananas in the mail? That's just weird, first off, and then secondly, it also goes against YouTube's terms of service about harassment campaigns. And I guess the second thing I was going to point out is you are so adamantly against cussing, but have Eric Cartman on your screen. Granted, yes, I watch some more mature shows on my channel, but I also don't condemn people for using that language either, like you do. It's a personal choice of mine not to use it, but I don't condemn people. So, just letting you know about that cartoon there, Kent.
All right. Kent, I'm on a mission to expose atheists for their bad car insurance. Ha! That's an inside joke. We told one particular atheist he couldn't get car insurance anymore. He'd been rear-ended too many times. So.
Interesting that it's Sergio making that comment. I wonder if it's the same Sergio that went with you on the DAL tour with Grayson. I don't really know. It's not really of any significance either, but it is what it is. And why can y'all not get over this crappy car insurance joke? It is horrible and in bad taste as well for people who claim to be Christian.
I just took Jackson to the airport this morning. He had a wonderful time here. Grayson had a good time here and then did a really bad video about us, stretched and perverted and lied about so many things on his crazy video. Grayson, come on back. Let's straighten all this out, okay?
Oh, Kent, get over Grayson's video. All he did was share his experience at DAL the way he saw it, and you are so freaking butthurt about it for absolutely no reason.
Right here. Go get him, Dan. He's over in England. He speaks a little funny. That's why they needed our help to win the war.
That might be the most nonsensical statement I've heard from you all month. How does their accent have anything to do with war?
Which Adam and Eve only spoke one language in the garden. Later, the Bible tells us about an incident called the Tower of Babel, where he turned a bunch of people into babbling idiots. Look in the mirror.
Oh, goodness, folks. Look at that. Soul winning at its finest. Insult them till you win them.
Make the call. Hulk Hovind is waiting, Dan. You and all your atheist friends, all your followers, all your subscribers, I'll debate you one by one, 10 at a time, 100 at a time, doesn't matter, okay? I get half the time. Look at that. You put my face on there, didn't you?
Look, I had to look at it, so y'all are going to cringe with me and look at it too.
All right, well, you've just been here a couple hours. Tomorrow we'll take the tour.
Yes.
All right, and we'll ask you if you want the grandma tour or the real tour.
Oh, I see. Now, what's the difference?
Well, the grandma tour is boring. It's for grandmas. The real tour, well, it's a Jeep. You know, it's four-wheel drive, so we take a real tour.
Okay.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. We'll see you in the morning, brother.
Oh, I hope we get an update on this man soon, because I don't think we've heard anything from him the rest of the month. Hopefully Kent took it a little easy on him.
And there's been no physical abuse on my part of anybody ever, okay? I've watched video October. Go back to October on this channel when I did the video about the supposed allegations of all this stuff. Just watch for yourself.
Yeah, go search back 3-4 months ago where it's buried down deep within probably over 100 videos at this point for Kent to say I didn't do anything and just expect you to take his word for it, instead of just simply listening to the audio yourself and hear that utter slamming to the ground that you hear.
Over. There are some large graveyards up in in the Northwest United States. Hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of dinosaurs died all at the same time. I think now whether they all died there is we don't know, but they all got buried there, that we know. In the flood, I mean, the carcasses would be floating around in the swirling waters for months. They might have died in Africa and floated over there and got buried. I don't know. I don't think there's any way to tell that, okay? But they're all entangled up globs, and many times they're in what's called fully articulated. All the bones are still together. If they died on the surface of the ground, the coyotes and buzzards would scatter them, but that's not the case. They're fully articulated, and many are died in the swimming position with their head up like they're trying to get some last breath of air.
Okay, Kent, so two things. If these dinosaur bones were just floating around, guess what? They wouldn't be getting buried if they're floating around, so you're going to have to rephrase what you're saying there. And secondly, who says that they're reaching up and gasping for air? Maybe they're asphyxiated because of something else, such.
Good morning. How are you?
Hi, Vivian.
Hi. I'm
How
just
are you?
checking my. Do you hear echoing?
No.
Nope.
Sounds good to me.
Awesome. Then I can put my headphones where they belong on the.
Ooh. What do you do,
Uh,
Miss Outcast, if someone tried to if you got Matt Pow?
Matt Pow.
Matt Powell.
Yeah, watch this. If someone Matt Pow you.
Well, I would. I would probably with him because he's tall and like what's it called?
Tall guy?
No, it's like it's an insect with really long legs and like a teeny tiny
Praying mantis?
No. It's a kind of spider. They have really long
Daddy
legs.
long legs?
Yeah, probably. Tiny body and long, thin legs.
Daddy long legs, they call
Okay.
them.
Yeah, he's kind of like that. So I would probably dig deep into my background as a teenager and judo him to the ground.
Oh no. You.
And then I'd choke him out. No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it depends.
Oh,
Don't ask me these questions. They end up very morbid and people get a very weird view of me. I'm a very peaceful and angry person, okay?
How are you been?
I'm also very happy sometimes.
Happy. Okay, let's wrap up this video. We're almost there.
No,
Okay.
wait.
No? Yeah. What?
3 seconds.
1, 2,
Because
3.
while I don't count while I'm talking, I'm distracted. You're distracting me. I'm distracted. What was I saying? Help me. Oh, yeah. Haha. No. Yes.
You said give you 3 seconds, and I gave you 3 seconds, and you've taken like.
Oh my
3 minutes.
God, are we going to get through this video or what?
Oh,
So he was
yeah.
talking about the animals that die and they have their necks twisted backwards.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard him say this many times before, claiming it to be like
They choked on mud.
Yeah, which is factual BS. And we're not talking about a Bachelor of Science. we're talking about poo-poo, caca, and absolute nonsense. So what happens is a retraction of the muscles when the animal dies. It's part of
rigor mortis.
Exactly, rigor mortis, which causes the neck or the head to bend backwards in a manner like that. It's no mystery. It's well known. And if Kent was actually interested in teaching anything of value and not to indoctrinate people with nonsense and delusions and bring them into his fanhood, where he can get money and stuff from them to continue his never-ending quest of building the never-finished dinosaur adventureland. That, frankly, is okay. I won't go into that. But if he actually was interested, he could just look it up. He could ask. Practically, he could probably go down to the church and talk to the guy who takes care of people before funerals. I'm not talking about like he doesn't even need to talk to the funeral director, but at churches where they hold funerals, there's usually a like groundskeeper kind of guy. Even someone like that would probably know about it. He could Google it. And it's nothing that's disputed, like, it could be, but it could also be something else. No. No.
You're probably right.
So that's Kent for you.
That is
Great
Kent in a little Swedish nutshell.
He is good at one thing and one thing only. Lying.
Lying. Ooh, nailed it. All right, let's power through. It's all
Fat
over.
liar. Yes.
As maybe an asteroid hit the Earth and created a mass extinction, and they were having a hard time breathing as dust and whatnot was settling, and I don't know, just saying.
There have been a lot of people in Texas who claim they're seeing pterodactyls.
Oh, Kent, you're exaggerating again. When you say many people, what you mean is that one guy who was a truck driver from out in Texas that claims he saw a pterodactyl fly over his truck one day as he was driving down the road, and that's pretty much the only person you know that's probably even told you that, because if you knew anyone else, you would tell us.
I highly recommend you get this one if you want to know more on that topic about how the Catholic Church started the religion of Islam.
Okay, so I'm probably a little petty for this one, but I'll be real. The only reason I kept this clip was so that I could share this screenshot of Kent making that face with all of you, because I found it funny. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
All right, Kent, you got some stuff for us, man?
Well, yeah, I was reading a little bit about Mr. Lucifer here's history and what brought him in. He was dead, according to Flatline, for 20 minutes when he was 7 or 8 years old. And this probably profoundly influenced him. Somebody asked him, said, I want to make a deal with the devil. Where do I start? He answered, I'm going to be cut and dry. Such an idiotic question is not going to get you anywhere. I've been a Satanist 15 years and an occultist for 30. The first rule of thumb is educate yourself before asking public questions. I run the satanic schooling system.
I've been a Satanist for about 18 years now.
Okay, Kent, so when Brett was trying to get you to talk at that moment and he was passing it off to you, what he was doing was giving you an opportunity to self-promote before y'all got into your opening statements, but you were so eager to sit there and divulge information you found about this Lucifer fella that's on the bottom right hand corner of the screen, that you just had to jump right into it as if you had some sort of dirt on him that wasn't already public to begin with. And on top of that, this whole exchange between Kent and this Lucifer fellow was supposed to originally be about evolution, and I'll give credit to Brett. He was trying to guide the discussion into evolution somehow, but he could not get Kent away from just trying to pick the mind of this Lucifer fella. Kent was really intrigued by this guy for some.
Honey, you have 7 kids plus 7 spouses and 15 grandkids plus in-laws and outlaws. Probably 50 or more in this family I inherited 893 days ago. I'm pretty sure each of them also has a birthday once a year. If you think I'm going to drive 750 miles in one day with 6 of us crowded in the old Chevy pickup truck, so 50 times a year, you are mistaken. They can all come here next time. Is that clear? You understand? Okay, yeah.
I honestly just found this exchange with Kent to be kind of weird, because at the beginning of it, it felt like he was kind of halfway joking, but then there at the end, he just kind of leans in towards Sandra and is like, "You understand me, right? I'm not doing this crap again." My paraphrase, of course, but still, it kind of feels like he's leaning in to be like, "You better listen."
He cried with a loud voice, "Lazarus, come forth." You know why he said Lazarus? If he hadn't said Lazarus, everybody in the world would have come forth. All the dead would have come out. He said, no, just you, Lazarus, come forth.
Okay, so I understand what Kent is trying to convey right here, and I've heard many other people use this example as well, but when you slow down long enough to think about it, it really doesn't hold water, because really, he didn't have to specifically say Lazarus, because really, Jesus was all powerful. He could have simply whispered it and directed that whisper directly to Lazarus to only hear it, and it would have did the same thing. So really, speaking his name didn't do anything more special than what it was already.
Thanks for joining us. Tomorrow night, do you still believe 2028? I don't know. When I was writing my book, What on Earth is About to Happen, for heaven's sake, I was stuck on that title. Why on earth did God let this happen, and what on earth is about to happen? But somebody asked me while I was writing my book about what the Bible teaches on the future. They said, "When's the Lord come?" And I said, "I don't know. If I had to guess, I would guess 2028. Because," and I give my reasons in here, and you can read that way. I don't know. Maybe, we'll see. 2030, it's close. I think we're headed for a time of tribulation. I think it's going to get where you cannot buy or sell unless you go along with their system. They're going to ban money. You have to have a chip in your hand, right hand or forehead.
Well, would you look at that? Kent making predictions yet again. He used to say 2028, but now he's one of these people who has to push those predictions back a couple years and now say 2030. So I guess we'll see.
Can you pause it, Mark?
Speaking in tongues is the easiest one to fake. Anybody can do that.
Yeah.
Watch this.
There we go. I've got I've got too many tabs open. Every time I try to pause something, another one starts playing.
So Kent made a prediction that we wouldn't be using paper money at the beginning of this year. No place would accept paper money. That was one of his predictions.
Right.
And of course, his other prediction is that the tribulation started in the fall of 2021. And so now
we're in the middle of it, right? Smack dab.
We're getting to doesn't something happen at the halfway point, or?
Yeah, the temple's supposed to be destroyed.
Right. So that means they destroy the Temple on the Mount or whatever it's called in order to build their
But
new temple.
No. They are the temple. The new temple is supposed to be destroyed this year. The one that hasn't been built yet. That's the
Oh,
futurist.
okay.
That's Hoven's position.
Okay.
So they've got to get really heavy working on that temple, for that to pan
For it to
out.
get destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy. Yeah. Oh, Toyota, Honda. What is it? There we-
I was going to ask why that felt racist, but it's Kent.
We just talked about one a minute ago. Might want to debate again. Bring it on. Okay. Okay. Be sure to get car insurance first. Okay.
My goodness, you are stuck on this car insurance joke in between January of 2024 and how many times you joked about it then, and this is the second or third time you've joked about it this month during your live streams. It's getting a little old, honestly.
That's why they love to start wars. Doesn't matter who wins. The goal is to reduce the population and get everybody in debt to them.
How's that conspiracy theory of reducing the population working out for you there, Kent? Because we're not reducing nothing. In fact, we're still gaining people in this world. What we up to now? 8 billion?
Isn't that sad when somebody in charge of ministry money steals it? We had that happen here a couple of times. One of them going to jail for a long time over that.
Stop it.
Probably long, long time.
Did you say something?
Yeah, I said, yes, Kent, that is very sad. So stop it. He said, isn't it sad when someone who's in charge of whatever, of money, steals it?
Mm-hmm.
It's not even ministry money. It was never used for the ministry. So it's really just all the donators' money.
Yeah.
Kent never really says that it's that it's the people who are making the donations have gotten ripped off. He's saying it's the ministry money that's getting stolen because he doesn't want to tie it back to the poor people that gave money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And actually stealing money that he's supposed to, what's the word? Not care for, but so say I give my money to Big Bad Mama, so he then can distribute it in a way that I don't have the ability to do. That kind of
Now we're talking.
way. Right? If only I had money.
I'll put it to good use.
All of you.
Will somebody just donate all of their money to me? I'll put it to I'll build a dinosaur Adventureland.
The donation's going to me, from what I heard.
Whoa,
Not
whoa,
you,
whoa,
Mark.
whoa! I don't care. I want the money, and I'm gonna steal it. And build my own
I'll
dinosaur.
use it for
Don't
good
be
things.
Kent, Mark. Don't be
I'm
Kent.
just gonna steal it. Is that not the game we're playing here?
No. No.
Okay.
But
Okay.
with Kent, it's not only the money he's stealing. He acts in the same manner about everything and everyone.
Mm-hmm.
He steals people's trust. He steals people's emotions. He steals people's autonomy.
Yep.
He's a
Their
filthy,
self-esteem.
low-life thief who's only looking out for himself. He doesn't even care about his own family. He
No,
only
he
cares
doesn't.
about him. And that makes me want to punch through the screen.
Well, that's
Unfortunately,
why.
if I did that, I wouldn't be able to see any of you.
No.
And Kent would continue his pathetic existence the same disgusting way as he's always had.
Yeah.
I have so much love for Kent.
No.
He's really not a happy person. I mean, he exudes no joy in his life whatsoever. And I don't know why people can't see that.
Well, he's always
No,
talking
he's
about being stolen from, being persecuted. Everybody's against him. He's the world's most hated, this, that, or the other. He sounds pretty miserable.
Yep, and it's always someone else's fault. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Even his laughs and his cries are fake. I've never seen him let out like a belly laugh where you can't stop laughing because you're laughing so hard.
Nope, not ever.
He always goes, ha!
But
He's got these snide little laughs, and he cries crocodile tears to the donators to
or
prop
when
him
he
up.
wants to portray himself as a sensitive man, which often just ties back to what you said, to the donors.
Yep. All right. Let's what do we got? Like 6 minutes to go in Billy's
Wait,
video?
wait. Yeah, just because Sutketo's comment popped up on screen and it ties into this. Yeah. Looky Lou, what you can do.
Wait, what happened?
New loafers and a cheeseburger.
Yeah. Kent's money handling. Give me money so I can put clothes on the workers. Goes and buys himself new loafers and a cheeseburger. There you have it.
Oh boy.
Time. I hate that.
Do you really hate that, Kent? Because you seem to gleefully mention it so much.
I don't want to go visit Dinosaur Adventureland, that's for sure. That place is a cult. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
they got people buried in the basement of their trailer.
I don't know. Judging by that screenshot of your face right after saying that, it could be true that you might have some bodies buried somewhere. My goodness, that's creepy.
He would bring the king something to drink whenever he wanted it, Gatorade or whatever they drank back in those days, okay? Not the monster drinks, okay?
Oh, goodness, Kent, please tell me that you're one of those people who actually believe the conspiracy theory out there about the Monster energy drinks, because, oh my goodness, that would be so fun.
What's the total cost of postage of Creation series to Australia in Australian dollars? I've got no clue what your dollars are worth. That changes all the time.
We can do digital downloads. We don't have to ship it.
Digital download, and you don't have to worry about it. Okay, I don't know what that means, but the series is, now do they use a different format for DVD over there in Australia? Some countries have a different format. Call the office, I don't know.
Okay, so I believe the screen name of the person who initially asked that question was the Holy Hauler, and by some chance that they are actually watching this or listening to it or whatever, and they somehow made it this far into the video, then let me help them out and just say you don't have to buy a digital download, you don't have to buy a physical copy. Just search for it here on YouTube if you want it that bad, and you can get it for free.
We didn't get the pictures yet, but we're going to try to sell 2 of our side-by-sides. If you'd like to help us buy one of those, we're going to get another tractor, a bigger tractor. We found one. I went and looked at it today. So this is exactly what we need. We got 7,000 saved up for it, so we need about 28 altogether. If you got $21,000, you want to help? We want to sell the side by side. So call me right away. 855 Big Dino extension 3.
Of course, Mark.
I'll call my wife extension 1. She does handles the boat.
I just had a thought about this. Kent continuously buying new stuff and like, oh, we need this, we need this, we need this. And I thought, could it be that he actually because if the case is, I'm thinking while I'm speaking, believe it or not, it does happen. It seems to be that he actually spends the money. He doesn't like. He's not like Pablo Escobar, who has it dug down in the ground where the rats eat it and piled in stacks on stacks on stacks, like L. Ron Hubbard or any like that. I get the impression that he actually spends money like rainwater.
Yeah, as soon as cash is in his wallet, it's already on the conveyor belt on its way out.
Yeah. And sure, there are things that are like products that you consume and not just food, but ending. I don't know the word. It doesn't matter. But if you're like investing in something like a tractor, that's something that you're supposed to have for many, many years.
Right.
And still it constantly comes up new things that they should already have. So my thought then became, because he's not buying real estate, so he's not doing a Scientology or Mormon church version.
Well, he's trying to take over Linux. He doesn't have very high hopes and aspirations there.
No, but I'm thinking
Aim
maybe
small, miss
he
small.
actually gets his little jollies off of just the fact that he can control people that he's never met, has never even met. He can control them to give him money.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me. And I haven't really thought of it in that way. Like that because it is a means of control, of course.
Right.
And usually the common thing is for the one who is scamming people to be able to like live a luxurious life without actually working for it, but getting other people to do it for them.
Pretty easy existence, huh? When you can convince everybody around you to do everything for you and pay for it.
Kent's an accomplished con man. He's been very successful at that, and
exactly.
he's just trying to set up his retirement. I mean, that's what I'm convinced is. This is kind of his final push to make as much money as he can, and because he is ill, you know. I mean, I think he sees that the end of his ministry is probably coming, and so that's why we're in the quote unquote tribulation, because he's extra fear tactics to get more donations. But I think he's going to, retire at some point. He's probably going to have a pretty good nest egg built up.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't really get that impression. For something to be a nest egg, you need to invest it in something that will generate money or that will increase in value, like real estate.
Yeah, but how do
Right,
we
if we're
know he's not doing that on the side?
That's what he used to do when he was Pensacola. He was buying up houses everywhere, and he has, or at least he tried to through Cindy, buy up a bunch of properties around DAL. So, I mean, he did attempt it. He just isn't very
He could
good
be
at it.
investing.
Yeah, so my comment slash thought slash was actually also a question to Mark, because I believe him to know.
Could you ask the question again? Because I had to go tell my daughter to quit yelling, and she was in there yelling at her game. Couldn't pay attention. I'm sorry.
No.
I have a question. Mark.
Let Deviant ask her question first, Logan, if you don't mind.
The question was, is my impression correct that he just spends the money, that he doesn't actually like put them in the bank or invest in something that will generate money, that he just
Well, as far as yeah, okay. So as far as like investments and everything, Ernie handles the finances. But if somebody comes up to Kent and puts cash in his hand, he will spend it the same day. It's spent. He's already got 1,000 things he wants to buy, and if he gets enough money for one of the higher things on his list, he's going to go buy it as soon as he has that cash. And Ernie gives him a lot of cash too. I don't know how they do things and how it's connected with Ernie and his businesses, but Ernie is and always has been the financier. And Kent confirmed just a couple weeks ago that he was still talking to Ernie, although he lied about what Ernie said by when he. Anyway, yeah, Ernie's the financial guy. Kent doesn't handle money other than cash that's in his hand.
because I'm also thinking that, yeah, sure, he's getting older, he's unwell, but like the narcissist he is, he can't really fully comprehend what it means. He can't he cannot accept age and aging and old age to be an actual real part of his life story. It's very typical for people like him to never, for instance, have a retirement plan.
Yeah.
Also
Well,
that, because it's a
he does.
validation, and he also he doesn't work like in a regular working space. He is practically retired. What he does, I don't see him. Why would he want to quit doing what feeds his ego, which is what he does 24/7 already?
Yeah.
So I don't see him like stepping back and doing less.
Well, he himself says he's not going to retire. He's just going to keep going till he dies.
Yeah.
But as far as retirement, he does draw Social Security, so there's that. He's got a little bit of an income. I don't know how much. Probably like $1,300 a month.
Mark, does your daughter have a virtual thing she puts on her head and goes play games on?
No.
My nephew
No.
got that. He's 8 years old, and
Good
he got
grief,
this new.
those are nice.
It kind of reminded me of the thing I used to have as a kid back in my days, called Virtual Boys. You ever heard of them?
Yeah. Yeah. The VR headsets and all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those things cost more than my whole computer.
Wow.
I'd love to have one, but they are quite expensive.
What do they have on them?
I don't. I, you mean like what kind of games can you play on them?
Yeah.
I mean, you can play all kinds of games. You can watch videos. You can use it like your computer screen. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. But let's knock this last couple of minutes out real quick.
Remember me saying earlier in the video that he was trying to butter you donors up for a new tractor? Well, he found it, so go ahead and get those donations ready because he still needs another 21,000 supposedly. So have fun wasting your money.
Reaching an age of 5,000 years. Well, the Bible says the flood was 4,400 years ago. So that's well within range. Why don't we have a 10,000 or 20,000 or 2 billion year old tree someplace? Huh? Come on now.
There is no way you can be seriously asking that kind of question. That is a complete and utter asinine question, if you're being for real, Kent.
I wish we're here for the tribulation, and you better think about it and get ready. All you can do is get ready mentally. We're going to suffer. We're going to probably be killed for our faith. Most Christians are going to be killed. Just that's what's going to happen.
You have got some serious persecution issues, don't you, Kent?
Do you think we're in the tribulation right now? I think we are. I think it started. I don't know. It starts with a treaty to let Israel rebuild their temple. What was that 7-year treaty made last year? The year before? I don't know. We shall see.
Wait a second. So you're claiming we're in the tribulation now, but you say that we have to have a treaty deal made, and then you say you don't even know if the treaty deal was made. It's a little confusing. Do you even know the current events that you're talking about in order for you to have any sort of predictions in this matter, Kent?
And here we are back in the front of the semi-truck for the outro, and thankfully for the last day of the month in February, we end it with one of Kent's debates, and we all know Kent. He has a script when it comes to the debates, so if you've heard one debate, you've heard them all, so no reason to really go through none of those. So, yeah, as I said in the last month with Kent Hovind in January, on the outros, I'm really not going to have too much to say on them, because really I've said all I need to say back towards Kent and make replies there during the video. But it was a heck of a last month. For the shortest month of the year, I have a feeling that this is going to be one of the longest last months with Kent Hovind. So that was mainly in part due to Mark having that little conversation with him. That took up a good 20 minutes right there, I feel like. So yeah, it was quite a month last month. So hopefully next month won't be quite so much. But until next time, I will see y'all then.
Yeah. Just blame Mark. It's all Mark's fault. It's always Mark's fault. It's always
Good job, Billy.
Thanks, Billy. I appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Billy.
So I want to know, like, anybody familiar with Kent Hovind's end times stuff? Can you point me to where Kent is claiming that there's going to be a treaty to build the temple in Scripture? I don't know where he's getting that from.
Well, he also said there was a treaty, and was he talking about where they moved the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem?
Yeah, that would have been part of the Abraham Accords, which...
But that's not a treaty.
No, it's not. But where does this idea of there's going to be a treaty to build the temple? I don't know where he gets that from in Scripture.
Revelation 17:5.
All right, let's look at that, because I know you just threw that out there. No, I'm pulling it up. You might be onto something.
You better.
Revelation.
Look,
chapter
you better.
17.
Let's see what it says. Oh,
verse 5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon, the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
Exactly.
Well,
Told
that
you.
was Jerusalem.
Right.
So,
I told
yeah,
you.
that was Jerusalem.
You have to put it in context. You have to read the next.
Oh yeah, and I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. So, no, that doesn't say anything about a treaty, though, does it?
You've got to read into it a little bit more.
Do you want me to just read the whole chapter?
Sure.
Revelation 17. Let me get my.
Question.
Let me get.
Question.
Yeah.
Could you? Which of the translations are you using now?
Yeah.
The King James version.
Okay, can you use one that you can understand even if you weren't born in the 1600s in England? It's much
Let's see.
easier for it takes
No one
less
reads the
time
King
to look
James
things
version
over.
anymore. Come on.
I do.
I know.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, I love that guy.
You want to hear?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Wait, wrong.
Oh, his
Stop.
voice is great. Alexander, what's his name?
Scorby.
Yeah.
No.
No. Okay, let me find a Bible, different one. Let me get a
Like
here.
New
How about this?
International,
How about the Gideons? Is that
NIV.
what is the Gideons translation? I have one of those because I stole it.
I stole one too from a motel room.
I think they're meant to be.
Can't
They
steal them.
they're meant to be taken.
I know. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
you're trying to be all gangster, like
But
undermine
there's
the
only
law.
one gangster ghost.
Yeah, and we all know he doesn't steal Bibles.
And there came one of the 7 angels which had 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come here, I will show unto you the judgment of the great whore that sits upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman set upon a scarlet colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon, the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. And the angel said unto me, Why did you marvel? I will tell you a mystery of the woman and of the beast that carries her, which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast that thou saw was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is. And here is the mind which 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sits. And there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. And when he comes, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7th, and goes into perdition. And the 10 horns which you saw are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. These shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings. And they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful. He said unto me, The waters which you saw where the whore sits, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. And the 10 horns which you saw on the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate. Gotta turn the page. And naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire. For God hath put in their hearts to fulfill his will, and to agree, and to give their kingdom unto the beast, until the words of God shall be fulfilled. And the woman which you saw is that great city which reigneth over the kings of the earth. So, yeah. I
Yeah.
know what
So
that means.
the treaty is from the war between the kings, obviously.
Well, that's not about a treaty at all.
Well, every war ends with a treaty, and so the beginning of the treaty is when the war between those two kings ends.
Mm.
Well, it doesn't always end with a treaty.
Right.
This one
It
does.
could be an armistice. It could be all kinds
Also,
of stuff. Ceasefire.
I'm sorry to have to say this, but I'm going to anyway. We are talking who very likely could have been psychotic, who had a dream.
Who can't?
No.
Or John, I think she's talking about. But
Well, no, this
Yeah.
makes sense when you understand it in its context. Actually, this chapter.
But he had a dream, and 2,000 years later, and hundreds of thousands, millions of people have read this text, and still no one can really agree on what it's about. But everyone is convinced that it's very important. And I
it's
find
very
that
important because it's so strange.
extremely fascinating.
And so
not in like,
there's
not,
as many different
not in
interpretations as there are people.
the crazy way. I'm just genuinely fascinated by how things. I mean, how many texts like this has been written throughout time? How many?
Like Revelation?
Do we know? And
not very
how
much.
many?
Like,
yeah, and some just stick for a chain of reasons.
You could use those metaphors to interpret in any number of ways to whatever is going on in the present world.
but it's not meant for that. I mean, this is
In the past, they're so vague that why are there so many interpretations of it if it's clear?
because people want to interject their own time into a text that has nothing to do with modern times. It's not a modern text. It's not for our time. It's not about us. It's about Israel and what was happening then to them in their time.
Sure, but also remember, I tend to agree that it's not meant for people living thousands of years later. But also remember that just as confidently as you know and say these things and believe them to be true, fully confident in their interpretation.
Okay. Well,
it doesn't
that's all well and good.
You being right or you that's not the. I'm just, if we pretend that this was another book or a religion you weren't a part of, I'm fascinated by the mental processes that goes on inside humans, how our brains work, how people work, how groups of people work, and how we can be made to not function in a particular way and function in a different way. manipulation, all of those things. I'm just fascinated without any like judgment either way. It's just fascinating to me.
Well, can I explain why I interpret Revelation the way I do? Why
Mhm.
I say that Mystery Babylon, the Great, the mother of harlots, an abomination of the earth, why that is Jerusalem?
Mhm.
Okay, so in Revelation 17, verse 5, which is the one that the BBM brought up, and I guess that's why we're here now. It's identifying what he saw in this vision, and what he saw was a name written on this woman, this figure that's described in the feminine sense, and it's called Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. So I identify that as Jerusalem because in Matthew chapter 23, in let's see, verse 34, starting in verse 34 in Matthew 23, Jesus is talking to the scribes and the Pharisees, and he says, "Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, some of them ye shall scourge in your synagogues and persecute them from city to city, that upon you," and he's still talking to the scribes and Pharisees of the religious people of that day in Jerusalem, "that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation." And then he goes on to exactly identify who John is writing about in Revelation. "O Jerusalem, 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 thou that killest the prophets and stonest them which are sent unto thee. How often would I have gathered thy children together, or even as a hen gathered her chicken under her wings, and you would not." So that is this harlot, this whore, this woman drunken with the blood of the saints and the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. That's who this is. It's Jerusalem. That's what is written in. I mean, it's easily identifiable. Jesus identifies the ones that killed the righteous as Jerusalem, and in John, it's the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. That's Jerusalem.
I
So
mean, I would
that
have thought it was the Roman Empire they were discussing and referring to as Babylon.
no,
Yeah.
it's not. It isn't. It's
Because Babylon was an empire. It wasn't just a city. It wasn't a city. It was an empire.
exactly.
And so they're talking about the empire that's subjugating them right when that is written.
Or well, that would have been Rome, not
Which
Babylon.
is Rome.
Yeah. But the thing is, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. The Babylonian Empire was passed away. But
Well, it's a symbol for, they don't want to write about Rome directly.
No, they don't want to.
If you write about Rome directly, they're going to have a very.
They're going to kill you.
It's not about Rome.
It's a symbol. Babylon is a symbol for the Roman Empire.
Father Charles
And because they've seen what Rome is like, and if you go into Rome, what is happening at that time in the Roman Empire, what they would consider major sin and debauchery.
Yep.
And they're saying we need to either rise above this spiritually, or else we need to rebel against it directly.
Yep. Uh-huh.
That's what I think.
I am 100% behind you, BBM.
Well, Jesus said it was Jerusalem that was responsible for the blood of the saints, and they even said, "Let their blood be upon us."
But
is what?
Who was what power ruled over Jerusalem when Jesus said that?
Well, in the religious world, it would be the Sanhedrin, but politically, it was Judea was never really a client kingdom until after they were conquered by Rome. These kingdoms that were given, or these kings that were
But
given a
it
space for
was
1 hour
Rome
that's
that
mentioned
was
in
in
Revelation
power.
17.
They were under Roman control at that
Yeah, they
point in
had a
time.
Roman proctor or whatever, a governor. Yeah.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
as far as the religious, and this is, we're talking about, it is Jerusalem, the city that is God's city. He claims it to be his city. They're the ones that committed the whoredom. They're the ones. It was Jerusalem that the kings of the earth committed fornication with, and
It's the people in Jerusalem that are kowtowing to the subjugating power of the Roman Empire.
yes, absolutely. But what Jesus is identifying, what John's writing about, what he saw, when it says the woman, this person who is committing the adultery is being committed against God, because Jerusalem is, Israel is the betrothed wife, the spouse, the way, not like sexually or anything. It's just how that's analogized. But it was Jerusalem that committed the adultery and went whoring after other gods. It wasn't Rome. They were the ones with the other gods. So when this woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus, that's Jesus had already explained who was responsible for that blood.
Yeah, and that's
It was
Rome.
Jerusalem. He called them by
It's
name.
Rome
No,
because
Jesus,
Jerusalem wasn't it under its own government. So
we're not talking about a government. We're talking about this woman, and this woman
yes,
is
but it's
illustrated
not
as
an
a woman
actual.
because of the
Sure, but
analogy.
that's an analogy. It's
It is an
or
analogy,
an
yes,
allegory. It's not an actual woman we're talking about.
right? It's
So
Jerusalem, the betrothed
sure,
wife.
sure. But listen, if um just to try and explain my thought process, I should say I've had a murderous headache that it still comes on and off. So forgive me for that. This this murderous headache. No, this woman. I'm not saying that you are completely out in the weeds. I'm rather saying that the power that's being talked about in Revelations is Rome. Jerusalem as a city at that point in time was ruled and governed by Rome.
Right. But religiously, they were
Rome,
still under Levitical law.
but they were still having to, so to speak, whore themselves out to the Roman overlords.
Mm-hmm. Well, they didn't have to; they chose to.
So
The overlords.
It wasn't unless they were going to be wiped off the earth, because the Romans weren't.
Yeah, they
like,
didn't choose to.
guys.
They were conquered.
No,
Sure.
exactly.
Well, I
They
mean,
were
yeah.
conquered. But it would make sense to make an analogy that involves this language of a whore if you do
So
not understand or can accept, because Jerusalem is supposed to be God's city, so obviously it has to be stronger than for other cities and the people there should be better than other people because they have the right faith and they are of the right people and they have the right God, etc., etc. The God and people and the city that can conquer everything, unless they have made an affront to God, so that God doesn't want to support them anymore.
Father
Which
Charles
makes
is
me
making
hard.
several
But
interesting
at the
points here.
bottom of, sorry, oh.
When you finish, Deviant.
Oh, okay. So at the bottom of it all, though, is still the Roman Empire, the power player that draws all the strings. Isn't Babylon. It's the Roman Empire. It doesn't take away from the writer wanting to make a point towards the leaders in Jerusalem, be it the religious leaders or the political leaders, Jewish political leaders that have saved themselves and done what they had to do to survive and hopefully maybe save part of their hometown, their city-state of Jerusalem. It was the city-state, but and anyway, or maybe it was, no, it wasn't. To play along and allow, within huge quotation marks, if you, for us in modern days, and especially maybe for us who do not accept things like people should be blamed for being the victim. Am I making any sense? Is any, should I just shut up perhaps? I think I do that. That's a good idea. Good. Deviant. Good.
So using that,
let's see what Father Charles' comments are real quick.
Did I make any sense? Just
yes, you made. Yes, definitely, Deviant.
Okay, good.
Logan or somebody, can you flash the comments that Charles is making on the?
Can we focus on like what the scripture actually says instead of comments? Because that's where I'm getting my position from.
Oh, sorry.
And in Revelation chapter 11,
I just wanted to. Father Charles has studied this, Mark, and I just want to see what his
and
comments
I haven't.
are.
No, I've never studied this myself.
I mean,
But
you've been talking about it. Father Charles has some comments
No, I
he's
haven't.
made.
I've been interrupted. I'm just gonna leave. Y'all have a good day.
Come on.
Don't leave, Mark. Please
Don't leave. You can go ahead and talk. Oh, jeez.
Aw.
And the 10 horns which you saw on the beast, these will hate the harlot, make her desolate and naked, eat her flesh, and burn her with fire.
The revelation of Jesus Christ, which
Okay,
God
what are we
gave unto
watching
him,
here?
to show unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass, shortly come to pass, shortly come
no
to
idea.
pass.
The same. It's the text.
I don't know why Mark left. I just wanted, Father Charles had been posting comments on there for a while, and he is a priest. And so I wanted to hear what he had to say about it. And he's saying John was using Babylon to mask his statements about the Roman Empire. John was a prisoner of Rome. John had to mask his statements. That's all I wanted to point out there.
Yeah.
So, Mark, you can come back now, please.
Sorry about that, Mark.
I've been trying to explain my position on this, and given everybody space to talk, and I've been interrupted like 15 times in a row, and I'm sorry I got a little upset, but
Sorry.
I've studied this stuff. I've spent years studying. I've been proven wrong on my positions. I've been uh, back and forth on trying to learn this stuff because it's something that is important to me, and I I don't base this on like a modern day interpretation. I mean, it's not about today. The city that's mentioned here is not referring to a literal like empire or anything. Just like in Revelation chapter 11, it calls the same city, Jerusalem, Sodom and Egypt. It's not referring to Sodom and Egypt or any kind of empire or great nation. It's specifically referring to the city of Jerusalem, and that's why when John sees the woman drunken with the blood of the saints, Jesus had already identified who that was. He identified it before his crucifixion even. He told that to the scribes and the Pharisees just before he told them that he was leaving their house desolate. Which is an echo of what happened in Ezekiel when the presence of the Lord left the temple to the east, and that's exactly what Jesus did, following in that exact same design and blueprint. He left the temple, and the temple was desolate. There was no longer the presence of God in the Jerusalem temple, and what Jesus said to them was really pointed to. He said, "This stuff's going to happen before your generation passes." Um, it, it's a big topic. It is, and yeah, I'd love to talk about it with Chuck. I would if he wanted to, and I'm sorry I got upset. I'm human,
That's
and I
all
was
right.
really trying to uh, answer some questions, and I felt like I wasn't being allowed to.
Oh, I'm
Um,
sorry.
I forgive you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just had mentioned that Father Chuck had some comments out there, and I thought as a priest, they were probably pretty interesting. And, I called him out quite a while before I actually started to read them. But so I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
Gotcha. Well, I did make this video that touches on a lot of the things we've been discussing. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's 11 minutes long, but
I
it's
think I might
kind
have
of
seen it. I'm not sure. I've seen a
my
lot of your videos. They're good videos.
it's kind of my breakdown of Revelation, and this isn't just some kind of fanatical end times prophecy. This was a result of years and years of study, and I'll put a lot of work into this.
So, I was muted before I said a bunch, not a bunch, but I commented on your video and asked questions, and I was completely ignored. I was like, oh, okay. But I realized it was because I was muted and you couldn't hear me at all.
I'm sorry. I
No.
like I said, I'm
What?
human. I get upset sometimes, and I
Yeah,
did.
sure, we all do.
I really wanted to just go scream into my pillow because it's all good. Let's move past
I
that.
get it. I get it.
Why
I
can't
get it.
we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Oh wait, we are friends.
Yeah, of course.
Yay!
No, I said about you asked if we had seen this, and I said this one you put it up on your channel like a year and a half ago, a year ago, right?
It's been a while.
Yeah. So I think I watched it then, which only is to point to you that
Oh, you've seen it, Big
I
Bad Mama.
actually watched your video. So it had nothing to do with now or
Let's
then.
check it out.
And I'm also wondering why Father Charles is making these interesting comments in the chat, when he could come in here to the room and the two of you could have an interesting discussion together.
And we could all gang up on Mark together.
No,
Oh, just kidding.
I would not do that. I would put on my, I don't know, what do Christians wear? Do they wear something special?
Pants.
Shorts.
Shorts. Oh, I have my grandfather's old one of his priest shirts that has like a special. It's full of paint and stuff now because I had it when I painted, but I have it, and I have a leather box which he stored his vet du, krage, the thing that goes around your neck.
You use your grandfather's shirt to paint?
Yeah.
That's kind of nice. I guess he probably would like that.
Yeah, I think so. And they're super, super nice. The quality is fantastic. It's all soft and, I mean, they're kind of big. He was kind of much, I mean, he was a grown man, raised in the woods. Also, I was very small when he died, so his largeness might be partially my memories.
Right.
But so I could take that leather box and just hold it because there are no såna dog collars that priests have. That those sort of things. There are none in them, and I wouldn't want to like dress up like a priest either, because that would be kind of weird if I did. And I would have to join Mark's side and completely abolish all of my previous statements here about Rome and all of that, because I will not have it that everyone is ganging up on my friend. That's not okay.
Oh, Mark.
Let's watch the video.
Okay.
Yeah. And Father Charles, come in. Don't be a sneaker in the background.
And we'll be quiet.
Wait.
And the 10 horns, which you saw on the beast, these will hate the harlot, make her desolate and naked, eat her flesh, and burn her with fire.
The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him, to show unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass, shortly come to pass, shortly come to pass. And he sent and signified it by his angel unto his servant John, who bare record of the word of God and of the testimony of Jesus Christ, and of all things that he saw. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that
If you want me to pause it at any point, just let me know.
hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein. For the time is at hand, is at hand, is at hand. He which testifieth these things saith, Surely I come quickly. Amen. Even so, come, Lord Jesus. Surely I come quickly. I come. And there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly. And it had great iron teeth. It devoured, and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it. And it had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes, like the eyes of man, and a mouth, speaking great things. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. her forehead was a name written. Mystery. Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because ye build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, and say, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias son of Barachias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets, and stonest them which are sent unto thee, how often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. For I say unto you, ye shall not see me henceforth, till ye shall say, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord.
Okay, was it strange that the chapter in Revelations I mentioned was that I pulled out of thin air was also mentioned?
No, that it was very actually kind of exactly why I pulled that video up, because I have I did that production that explained that argument probably better than I can verbally, because I'm not a great speaker, but
No, that was a good video. I'm just saying it was weird that that was the one that I picked out of nothing.
right. Yeah, Revelation 17 is one that I've studied pretty intensely.
Well, I could see the reaction that you had because, I mean, that's the basis for preterism.
Well, yeah, if so, being that that is the internal evidence for when the book was written, because John says in 17:10, I know you brought up 17:5, about the kings and the one that is, and he's not referring to necessarily any king. He's talking about kings that had these spiritual rulers, these principalities represented th- vicariously in a way through them. These were the Roman rulers that had been given this triumph, this deification. It was an actual political and religious ceremony that they would have. The Senate would vote on it, and they'd award their generals that had just come back from a conquest with this triumph, in which they were ridden around on a chariot with drawn by white horses, which was traditionally reserved for the gods Jupiter and Apollo. So that signifies their deification under the Roman Empire, which lines up with the Antichrist figure that's mentioned in Revelation, and it is the beast with the horns also that the harlot, the whore, is riding, and the horns are identified with the Roman rulers. And that's why I separate the mystery Babylon from the beast that woman is riding, because it's so clear that that's representative of the kings that, or rulers, not necessarily emperors. And that's one of the arguments against the theory that Julius Caesar was the first in the line of these kings mentioned in Revelation 17:10, because he wasn't officially an emperor, because Rome wasn't an empire yet. But nonetheless, he was given a triumph. He was deified. He was the originator of the Roman imperial cult, which was, the lineage of Julius through Nero, and then you had the year of four emperors is what it was, because there was Vitellius, Galba, and Otho, and then it was that they were not given a triumph, they were not deified, but then Titus was, along with his father Vespasian, which Titus was sent to Jerusalem in the name of his father, kind of the antithesis of Christ being sent in the name of his father. If you read any Talmudic texts or any of the Gnostic Gospels, you'll see references to Vespasian performing miracles, and the same with Titus. And it's the copycat version of the biblical narrative of the Father and the Son, and the Father sending the Son to do his bidding on earth.
Mark, I have a question. Do you think there's going to be any more prophecies fulfilled? Well, all of them have been fulfilled? What do you say?
Well, I believe the main prophecy that is ongoing and being fulfilled is the spiritual resurrection of the dead, those that were spiritually dead and became made alive through Christ Jesus. They were once, I think it was Paul that wrote, you were once dead in your transgressions and sins, but now you're made alive. That's a resurrection. I believe that's a prophecy that's ongoing and being fulfilled in our time, and will continue to be fulfilled throughout the rest of time. Let's see, Revelation 14:13, I think, is what I'm looking for. Yes, so this is a prophecy that I believe is also being fulfilled and will continue to be fulfilled in our time. And this is from Revelation 14, chapter 14, verse 13, or starting in 12. Sorry. Here's the patient of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, Write, blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth. Yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow them. I believe that's an ongoing prophecy. I believe that when believers die, those that are in Christ, they go on to be with the Lord. They're resting from their labors here on earth, and their works follow them. That's their reward in heaven. So that's an ongoing prophetic fulfillment that we as Christians hold to today. And it's kind of ironic, because you can ask pretty much any Christian, not including those that hold to soul sleep doctrine, which is heresy. You can ask them what happens when they die. They're going to say, well, I'm going to heaven. But if you read Revelation chapter 14, it's from henceforth, from that moment in the timeline of this end times prophecy, from henceforth, those that die in the Lord may rest from their labors, and their works follow them. Before, that didn't happen. Before, you would sleep with the fathers. You would go to Sheol, which was comprised of Gehenna or Tartarus, which is the um, flaming dumpster garbage heap or whatever, and then you'd have Abraham's bosom. Well, when Christ was crucified, he descended into the earth, which is often translated as hell. I know it is in the Apostolic Creed, and he led captivity captive. And that is to say that these souls that were captive in Sheol, that were sleeping essentially, were now being brought with Christ. They're being resurrected, and that resurrection is a resurrection of the dead in the sense, well, we read in Matthew that there at Christ's crucifixion there was a resurrection. There was a very literal people walking around that had come out of the tombs, documented in Matthew. But the ongoing, the second resurrection is the resurrection unto life, which is what Paul writes about when he says, "You once were dead, but now you're quickened through Christ Jesus." So yes, there are absolutely still prophecies being fulfilled, and I would say that anytime somebody accepts Christ and comes to a saving knowledge of faith through Jesus, that they are in a sense resurrected, because that's how Paul describes it. He says, "You were washed, you were clean, you're quickened by the blood of Jesus."
Mark, I want to ask you. There's this one guy, Bart Ehrman. You ever heard of him?
Mm-hmm.
He tried to say that passages in the Bible. What the?
Big Bad Mama, you left us.
He said the one where it says that a virgin child gave birth. He tried to say it really says in the original Hebrew that it says virgin has gave birth.
Yeah.
What do you think of that? That what he tried
He's
to say.
wrong. He's wrong.
Yeah, Michael Jones did a response video to him about that. So, yeah, Michael, what's his name? Bart Ehrman. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's Ehrman. He's also a Bart. Oh, but how are you?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm okay.
Oh, that's good. You're a good
It
little.
almost made me cry earlier, though.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
What'd I say?
Oh, Big Bad Mama's phone is dying. He's got to
What
go
did
for
I
a while.
say?
Not you. I just felt like I couldn't get a word in edgewise. It's not anybody's fault. It's just the nature of these panels sometimes. And I'll let it get to me. I do apologize. You're good. I forgive you.
But yeah, my nephew, he's 8 years old. He's same age as I thought I don't know. I somebody thought my niece was 8 years old, but she's 10 and he's not 8. He's same age as Mackenzie. Is that weird?
Mackenzie's 9. She'll be 10 next month.
Oh, I get everyone's age mixed up. Actually, she's about the same age as my niece. Is that weird?
Mm-hmm. It's cool.
Yeah, that's
Deviant,
crazy.
are you still with us? Deviant, hello, are you there?
Yes. I muted my headset while the video was playing.
Okay.
And I had to unmute it, which takes some time. And I'm freezing.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Yes.
No.
Mark, is it a sin, an abomination to wear shorts?
No.
No.
Yeah, Brother Pike doesn't wear shorts. Oh, sorry.
Did he ever do a teaching on why?
Oh, the other day he had a Q&A, and he didn't. mention that. I had this thing. It says on the bottom. It says hashtag Brother Pike don't wear shorts. He laughed. He thought that he tried to keep what's it called? Where the Bible says to
Modesty.
keep thingamajiggy and stuff like that. Are you alright, little guy?
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm good.
You sure?
I got thick skin. I don't like when I can't articulate what's on my mind.
Did I do that?
No, it's Chuck's fault.
Oh, good.
We established that already. It's Chuck's fault because he won't come in the room and give a defense for his position.
But he
Mark.
also says, blame it all on me. So he's kind of asking for it.
I see you as a brother.
He's doing the short shorts and the late
Chuck wears
nights.
short shorts.
But Mark, I see you
Has
as a brother.
multifaceted looks that can mean both yes, yes, and no, no. It's all Chuck's fault. Well,
It
he
is
said
all
it.
Chuck's
Not me.
Blame it all on my Chuck.
Never.
I showed up in boots and ruined your live
I would
stream
never
affair.
blame someone when given the opportunity to do so and without any chance of rebuttal.
Brother chicken legs. Pike. Oh no. It's because he had chicken legs. Do you have chicken legs?
Chicken legs, chicken legs. Chuck, I have questions for you. I'm not going to debate you in the chat. Join. Join. Join, 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 join.
Logan, there you go. Chuck, you have no excuse now. We know you're here.
Brother
We
chicken
know you
leg.
wanna. You have your short shorts on. We know you want it. You have the link. You have an internet connection and a microphone, a headset, speakers. Come on.
We have to hum in him.
Jag säger, bara höra hennes S. En orm som snurrar sig fram ur järnskräckel. Slickar dig i örat. Och säger, nej. Do you think the humming will work better than my attempts to see if I could fool him into me cursing him in Swedish?
I don't think he's coming. See, here's the thing. Chuck doesn't have an argument for his position.
We're doing it together now, okay? He needs a strong. He's not
A
even
strong humming.
Yes. Yes, a united humming.
It's not working. I don't think he's coming.
Don't give up. He hasn't said so.
It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. It worked.
Yay!
Blame it all on my roots.
Awesome.
Wait, what? All right, you mocker. Let's hear your position.
I
First,
gave my
Mark.
position in the chat.
First, Mark, notice we hummed him.
We
It
hummed
worked.
the chuck.
Never give up. We have
Never give
the
up.
power.
Never give
We
up.
have the
Never
Savior.
surrender. Okay, Chuck, your position is that Revelation was written during the reign of Domitian.
Correct.
Right?
Oh,
Between
yeah. 90 and 100.
Okay. Okay. How do you show Domitian as being the king that is in Revelation 17:10?
Well, I'm
Because
just
it
going
said
on.
there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is. The one
Well,
that is, which would be the 6th king, is the one that is alive when Revelation is written. Can you show how Domitian? Am I pronouncing that right? Domitian?
that's how I say it, the mission.
Domitian.
Mhm.
Okay. Can you show how Domitian fits into being the 6th king? Because it says
Well,
5 are fallen and 1 is.
all right. Well, I go with our best historical proof. And we pretty sure John was written between 90 and 100. And Domitian reigned between, 81 and 96. So Domitian was most probable the emperor that was reigning when John was in prison.
Based on what?
History.
Okay, but that didn't answer my question. My question is using Revelation 17:10, which is the verse that essentially says when it is written, because it identifies a king as being is after 5 previous kings have fallen. Who would the 5 kings before Domitian that have fallen be in relation to this verse?
Well, Mark, I have to be honest. I was just going on history. The kings thing in Revelation, we'd have to go over another time. But and I'm not avoiding you. We will. But I was just going on history when Domitian reigned and when we figure the book of John was written. That's where I made my statements from. Not
Okay,
not the
but
kings in Revelation, just history.
what historical evidence points to that?
The dating and writing style of John, and the classical records of the Roman emperors. The historical record when which year the emperors began their reign and when they ended.
Okay, do you know what years they were?
Domitian, as I said, most historians believe he reigned between 81 and 96.
Okay.
And most scholars believe John's gospel was written between 90 and 100.
All right. How does Revelation 17:10 identify Domitian as the 6th king?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not going on the Bible right now, just historical record. That's what I made my comments from.
Okay. Well, let's look here at the Julio Claudian dynasty. Let me see if I can share. Oh no, I don't want to just continue. No, what is this doing? I don't want to download stuff. Ugh. Sorry, it's a PDF. I don't want a PDF of this. Trying to find.
How you been, Father Charles?
Good.
Good.
Oh my goodness, why can't I find what I'm looking for? Yeah, I'm okay. So anyway, how I identify Nero as being the 6th king is based on the Judeo-Claudian dynasty, which starting with Julius Caesar, all of these kings were deified by Rome. They were declared to be gods, essentially.
Well,
So
Domitian thought he was a god too. Go ahead.
Domitian never received a triumph or was given, legal status as a god.
No, I said he claimed to be a god.
Right, but that's not
Okay.
the same thing as having the Senate vote on giving you the divine authority to ride the sacred chariot through town and being heralded as a god.
Well, if I was emperor of Rome and I said, Father Chuck is God, then people better obey me or they're going to the arena or wherever. That's what I'm saying Domitian did.
Well, yeah, Nero did that too.
Mm.
Let's see. I'm still trying to find just a basic, a list of the Roman emperors. So, okay, here's why Julius isn't normally considered as the first king. It's because he wasn't an emperor of Rome. He was certainly a Roman ruler and was certainly the first of Roman rulers to be deified. And that's a spiritual connotation which ties in perfectly with a very spiritual book, such as we have with Revelation.
Yeah, Mark, if you forgive me, you're going by the Bible, and I go by the Bible too. However, we're not talking theology, we're talking history. So if you
Right.
look up the historical records of the emperors, you'll see when most historians believe and have proof that Domitian reigned.
Oh yeah, Domitian certainly did reign, but
No,
the
but what
last
years do historians say Domitian reigned?
81 through 96.
Thank you.
Okay. Here. Now this list right here is not going to include Julius Caesar because this is a list of Roman emperors. It's interesting here because nope, there's Galba, Otho, and Vitellius. They're there too. But you see, they all ruled in the same year. So starting with what would be Julius Caesar, not on this list because he wasn't an emperor. We would have number one at Caesar, number two at or Julius, number two at Augustus, number three at Tiberius, number four at Caligula, five is Claudius. So those are the five that had fallen. Those are the five kings that have fallen. Now, of the seven, we're talking about the deified emperors, the ones that were part of the Roman imperial cult, which skipped over Vitellius, Otho, and Galba because they never received a triumph. They were defeated in the Roman civil wars in 68 through 69 AD. So that would put Nero as the one who is in Revelation 17:10. So I have a timeline that includes history that ties it in with scripture because and I'll read it again. It said there are seven kings. We're talking about the Roman imperial cult, which consists of Julius, Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, skips over Galba, Otho, and Vitellius, and then you've got Vespasian and Titus. And when it goes on to say that the eighth is of the seven, that's Titus. That's the little horn that we're dealing with. And it makes perfect sense because Titus was Vespasian's son and was honored at the same triumph when they conquered Jerusalem in 70 AD. So my argument, my contention is that Revelation was written in probably early 68 AD because that would be when Nero was ruling and still alive.
Right.
And if he is the sixth, the one that is, that means that five kings prior to him have fallen, which would have been Claudius, Caligula, Tiberius, Augustus, and Julius.
When do most scholars think the Gospel of John was written? Historical. And this includes Christian and I guess you could say agnostic scholars.
Well, I can tell you
Just
what my
a historical
Nelson
record.
Study Bible says. I think it says has some good stuff to say on that. Let's see, John.
Some will put it way out to 120 AD. I wouldn't go that far. I stick with between 90 and 100.
No,
Date.
I've heard
Okay.
120. I've heard that too. A long, long time ago.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But
I stick with 90 to 100. I'm sorry, Deviant.
yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
believe most today don't hold to such a late date, like 120. I think you're way more in the right bracket
No,
of time.
no, I agree. I'm with 90 to 100.
Yeah.
All right, so this is what my Nelson Study Bible says about the date of the Gospel of John. In the 19th century, many critics claim that the Gospel of John was written around AD 170. Then in 1935, C.H. Roberts discovered a scrap of papyrus in Egypt containing portions of chapter 18, 31 through 33, 37, 38 that disproved their
Right.
theory. This
Right.
fragment,
I'm
the
familiar with that. Go ahead.
The Rylands Papyrus was written around AD 125. The Gospel itself must have been written before AD 125 or even AD 110, allowing time for it to be copied and then carried to Egypt. Conservative scholars typically date the book of Revelation between AD 85 and AD 95. The book
Well,
makes no
I'm right
reference.
in there. Like I said many times, I'm 90 to 100. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
The book makes no reference to the destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70, implying that such a significant event must have occurred many years earlier. Moreover, the statement about Peter in chapter 21, 18, and 23 seems to indicate that the gospel was written when John was an old man. Only then would John have had to explain the death of Peter or contended with a long standing rumor of the early church. Others have suggested a date before AD 70 on the basis of chapter 5, verse 2, which indicates that Jerusalem was still standing. I would definitely be in that camp. But there is a question about the interpretation of the tense of the verb to be. It is likely that the reason John used the present tense in this verse was to describe Jerusalem vividly, not to describe its present condition. Without
Right.
more evidence than the tense of the verb in chapter 5, verse 2, the date of around 90 AD still seems most reasonable.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'll be right back. About two and a half minutes.
Okay. And that was the Gospel of John, which is kind of not really the topic at hand. John certainly wrote Revelation as well, but the date of Revelation is not necessarily going to be the same date as the book of John. I don't know if this Bible also has a date for the book of Revelation, but I can certainly find it somewhere. Actually, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Whew, this has quite a lengthy explanation. Hello, is there anybody out there?
Yes. Yes. I'm sitting back because of my headache.
Oh,
Well, I don't know what to do about it.
drink some water. Take
Uh,
some
yeah.
ibuprofen or Tylenol. Tylenol is probably better for you.
I don't know what's the
Do you need to eat?
no, the ingredient. Oh yeah. What?
Oh, acetaminophen is in Tylenol.
Oh, that's they don't have that here.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I just have yet to hear a strong enough contention for the internal evidence of Revelation suggesting it was written after 70 AD. Hmm.
can
You right?
say that? Can you say that again?
Okay, yeah, in response to Chuck's position, the 95 AD or 90 to 100 AD writing of Revelation, I
Yeah.
just don't see that based on the internal evidence. Now, if he could come up with a list of emperors and explain how they fit into the seven kings, the five that are fallen, the one is, if he could identify Domitian as the one is that is, and the five kings before him that have fallen,
The
maybe.
issue,
But
the issue is that you can never use. Oh, you can use internal evidence, but you can't use only internal evidence.
I get that.
Which is probably why. And unfortunately, if my brain worked better and every movement wasn't like someone's. I need to go and see if I can find something.
Okay.
I've already taken one type of head medication.
Hope you're all right, Miss Outcast.
Yeah, it's just a headache. I get them a bit too often, but it was a while ago, so I guess I was due for one. I'll be right back in a little bit.
Okay.
Hope you're all right.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, hey, doggy.
Father Charles? Hi.
Hello, this is Father Charles. I had to go run to the liquor store to get some more vodka.
No, stop it, Mark. I didn't try to insult your intelligence.
I'm just messing with you, Chuck. Come on.
No, seriously, I wasn't messing with your intelligence. All I was trying to do was separate historical, I don't like to call it fact. Some people go, this is historic fact. That's not
Well,
me.
yeah,
But
we
wait,
know
let
who.
me finish.
Sure,
So
go ahead.
what I was trying to do was separate your interpretation of Revelation 17 from history. That's all. We could discuss what 17 means at a later date. That's all I was trying to do. So if I insulted you, I apologize.
No, I don't feel insulted. I just I'm not really satisfied with your answer to my question. I understand what you're saying, that historians agree on the later date, but I do not think that the internal evidence is being taken into consideration with that late date. And I'm not going by just the internal evidence. The internal evidence does suggest that when this was written, there was a certain king that's being referred to. I mean, it says, there are seven kings, five have fallen, and one is. That's kind of a matter of fact statement. So you would try to figure out what king is at the time that this is written.
Well, you just have to move the timeline up some. That's all, in my mind. Now, I know I made that very simplistic, and there's more to it, but basically, you just have to move the timeline up.
What do you mean by that?
Oh. Just what I said. You have to move the timeline up. The internal evidence is referring to certain kings. Well, you have to move it down the line some.
Okay.
No,
So
I'm being very simplistic here. Go ahead.
sure. Well, who would you identify as the 7 kings?
Well, if I moved them up, I'd have to make a chart like Kent, but I'm trying to be funny there. We'll have to do this shortly another day.
You want to do that tomorrow?
Do you got to go feed your grandkids?
No, I'll stay on. I'm just saying, to satisfy you the way I know you'd have to be satisfied, I'd have to really write all this out. And that wasn't meant to be an insult either.
I understand.
That was a compliment.
Why, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, sorry.
Here's what's driving me crazy. So I'm looking for.
So we get to the nitty gritty. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me share this to explain why this is driving me crazy, because this is consistently what I'm finding when I'm Googling a search for, the Claudian dynasty, right? It starts with Augustus. Why? Where's Julius Caesar? Where's Julius? It's the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Why doesn't it start with Julius? Oh boy. It's your fault, though. It's all your fault.
It's all my fault.
Okay.
Always blame it on the priest.
Complete list of all. It starts with Augustus. Again, Augustus. How can you call it the Julio-Claudian dynasty and then you don't start with Julius Caesar?
Well,
Mark,
Julius,
I had to come back to you. I had to come back to explain this to you.
Well, I was about to, but go ahead, Deviant.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, so Julius Caesar.
Adopted, and I'll leave it there.
Yes, he adopted Octavian.
Mm-hmm.
That then changed his name to Augustus. But more than that, Julius Caesar wasn't
An emperor.
exactly. He
I
was
know.
a dictator, so he cannot be part of that line because he wasn't.
How can it be called? Go ahead.
Well, that's what I'm going to explain to you now. Julius is part of the family name.
Right.
The adopted son carries his family's name.
Right.
If I were to start a dynasty, that dynasty would get be named after my last name. So let's say my parents had the same last name as I do. They wouldn't be, even though they carry the same name and even though they are my parents, they wouldn't be part of the line. I would be. They wouldn't. It's the exact same thing. Do you see?
Yeah. I get that.
If Mackenzie, yeah. So there's nothing weird or wrong or anything.
Right, but why start the Julio-Claudian dynasty when Julius Caesar was? I mean, yeah, I get it. Right here it says he was never recognized as an emperor. I get that. But it goes on to say,
Exactly. So he's
but it's
part
impossible.
of the lineage.
It's
And the
impossible
name
to
is
tell.
there because it's his last name rather than his first name. So
Right.
Octavian also carried the name, as did Julius's sisters, for instance, his mother, his father, and his son Octavian, and so forth and so on. There's
I
nothing
get that.
weird or anything about it. Once you know that Julius is not his first name, it's the last name, and his adopted son carries his last name. The line
Yes.
is named after his adopted son, not
Mm-hmm.
after him, because he wasn't an emperor.
He wasn't an emperor, but he was a ruler of Rome.
Yes, sure, but he was a ruler of the Republic, which
Right.
is a very, very different thing.
I know.
Very different.
I get that, but why exclude? I mean, okay, so the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire are different things, but one is a continuation or an
No,
evolution
yes,
of the other.
historically it's a continuation, but you need to
Yes,
understand what it meant for the Romans. The Romans was very proud during the Republic. They were very proud of being a republic, not being ruled by a king or an emperor like all the
sure.
other places were.
Well, he was a
They saw
dictator, so
themselves
that's like king on crack.
as the continuation, as the progression
Hmm.
of the Greek democracy,
Right.
which by then had been overtaken by kings again. The fact that Julius Caesar was elected dictator, which didn't have the same connotations as it does today. The fact that he had that he was elected dictator for life caused an immense uproar within Rome because it was too close to being like a king or a one top ruler. And it actually was the reason for his murder.
Hmm.
So it's a very, very distinct line. It's not the continuation in the eyes of the Romans. You see?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh,
I'm here. Hello, hello. I can hear you.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. So let's forget about
So is
kings
it still weird?
and pharaohs and emperors and dictators and all that. Let's focus on the Roman imperial cult. Okay. When did that begin?
That began with Octavian.
Incorrect.
Well, in your eyes. But anyway, what do you think, Deviant? The Roman
Yeah, I would
cult.
say so. Yeah, I would say so. Post or not post the war with Mark Anthony, rather it began in the midst of it.
Exactly.
Okay,
So
so
that's
Julius Caesar was also likened to a god. I know not by the empire, but by his own. Somebody just
by Egypt. He
he did.
made himself. He went to Egypt to the Sira oasis, just like um, Alexander the Great had
Oh, hey guys,
resorted
what you
there.
guys talking about?
You.
Yeah.
We're talking about you, Aiden, our next emperor.
Of course, of course. No, Mark,
Yeah. Do
you
you want to take over while I look for something to cure my headache?
so what is
I'm giving the
what is the
microphone to you, Aiden.
I don't think I've heard all of this. I think I heard most of it, but I don't think I've heard all of it. So really quick before you go, I just need both of you to, or at least Mark, to reiterate the contention here.
There's no contention.
No. I need him to tell me the argument for why you guys are about to rip each other's heads off. I can feel it in the room. You can cut it with a knife. You really can. You know, it's like the Senate House on a certain day in mid-March of 44 BC. You know, like
Ah, the
you can
Ides of
feel
March.
the tension in the air. You know, Mark Anthony as Deviant Call. She was doing so good, and then she was like Mark Anthony, and I was like, no, it's Mark Anthony. But yeah, there's. No, I'm just kidding. You did a really good job, Deviant. Honestly, you did a really, really good
Thank
job
you.
of
Thank you.
representing the Roman political system. As far as the Roman
I
imperial
did.
cult is concerned, Caesar is
Not
like
too.
Julius Caesar is definitely one of the, if not the first person to begin overtly associating himself with divinity and with godhood in the higher echelons of Roman political like exercise of or exorcism of his power, I should say. So when prior to that, people like Sulla, who had laid down a lot of, and that's what I was about to get into in the chat before I snuck off on break at my job. Sulla was a person who, during his wars with Marius, directly before Caesar's lifetime, laid down a lot of the groundwork for Caesar to take a lot of the powers that he did during his dictatorial reign. But Sulla never went as far as going, you know, I'm a god, or I'm directly associated with a god, or you know, I'm basically Caesar tried to say that through a very convoluted system of bloodlines that they were the descendants of Venus, I believe, was who he claimed to be descended from. I believe that's who the Julian clan at that point, because it wasn't the Julio-Claudian dynasty at this point. It was just the House Julii at that point. They had a direct descendancy through their tradition through Venus, and you know, Julius Caesar tries taking that to say that, well, I have a direct association with them as well, and I'm basically a demigod given flesh.
He
But
was
that's not to
given the
say,
idea in Egypt.
yeah. No, you're right. He
Sorry.
was given the idea of
Yeah.
associating those things with each other in Egypt. You're right, because like I was trying to say, that wasn't something that was in the Roman zeitgeist before this point in time. And Caesar was
Exactly. I just
really
want to squeeze
no
that in
problem.
there.
No problem. Caesar was one of, for as popular a destination as Egypt was, Caesar was also, I would say, given my studies, the first Roman consul to spend a significant, maybe before Pompey. Well, he didn't spend a lot of time in Egypt. You would know that, Deviant. But Caesar was the first person, or the first Roman consul to spend a significant amount of time in Egypt. So, yeah, he
That's
definitely
true.
had plenty of time to pick up a lot of these ideas and spend a lot of time in the place.
Aiden.
Yes.
You know I hate to interrupt. I never do.
Unlike me.
I try not to. But this is we're all the way back to Julius Caesar. Can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you think John the Apostle was in prison during the reign of Domitian?
Well, Domitian makes the most sense given the time period, that we're talking about, because some people say that it was Tiberius, but I don't think that it was Tiberius. I think that it was Domitian. I think that lines up better with the timeline that's provided in the New Testament.
Well, so do I, but thank you, but I wasn't. Well, that's great, but this is where it all began, and we're all the way back at Julius Caesar.
Well, yeah, like Domitian was one of the people who was also a Julian before the Julio-Claudian dynasty became the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Like we
Yes,
refer to it
yes.
post. We refer to it as the Julio-Claudian dynasty post hoc, but Claudius was actually the first person, I believe, who was introduced into the dynasty, that was married into the dynasty basically because there was no other proper heirs at that point. He wasn't the last of the dynasty, that would be Nero, but he was the first one to have Claudian blood in him, as well as the Julii blood that had previously been the only one. Because another thing that was kind of introduced by Caesar was the idea of dynasticism, because he very clearly had dynastic ambitions with the will that he left behind. The will that he left behind shocked everyone, Mark Antony being the first and foremost. But yeah, he very clearly wanted there to be a designated heir that he had everything passed down to. But the point I was ultimately trying to make was that while Caesar innovated in introducing the idea of godhood into Roman politics, his direct heir, Octavian, later known as Gaius Julius Caesar in that contemporary time in direct association with his father, but called Augustus formally and in statehood by the Senate later in his reign, he was the one that innovated the idea of it being a dynastic thing. You know, every single
Right.
person after me is also going to be a god because they are from my blood, and because, like I am a descendant of Venus, they're a god because they're descended from me.
Yep.
He definitely didn't get his plans as far as dynasticism is concerned. He actually had a few different people lined up well before Tiberius. Tiberius was basically the last resort for the throne, and I'd say that he did a dang good job for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the history of the Julio Claudians is really quite interesting, and the fact that Nero had to mess things up as badly as he did to topple that dynastic system the way that he did just goes to show how strong of a system both Augustus and Julius Caesar built. Now, it was a self-serving system for them at the expense of a great many people for them, but it's undeniable that it was an extremely stable political system that would have brought an otherwise anarchic age to an apex that it really didn't ever see for a very long time afterward.
So, yeah, to answer your question, my contention is not anything to do with arguing against what Deviant has said. As far as and you as well, I think your position actually strengthens mine more than you might realize. But my contention is that based on Revelation 17:10, we have a king that is identified as being alive at the time this was written in Revelation, because it says there are 7 kings, 5 have fallen, and 1 is, and the other
Right.
is not yet come. And when he comes, he must continue a short space. So that, to me, speaks of the Roman imperial cult, which begins with Julius Caesar. Really doesn't have anything to do with the state of affairs in the political sphere of Rome, whether it be the Republic or the Empire. But Julius Caesar was the one, like you said, to kind of initiate the concept of being deified after these large victories. That's where this triumph comes into play. And
it's a very nuanced idea for sure.
Well,
it's not something that develops overnight in Roman history, especially given the political climate that existed prior to Caesar's reign. Especially the idea, even just just 3 or 4 generations ago, of not only somebody seizing as much power as somebody like Caesar, but directly associating themselves with godhood. You would have been killed immediately, even just a few generations ago. So it wasn't something that just happened overnight.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm not even saying that it did happen overnight. I mean, obviously it's a transition in the political sphere, transition in the concept of, a dictator to an emperor, a god king emperor. Uh, and to tie it back into scripture, where the 7 kings, let's say that starts with Caesar, Julius Caesar. You got the 5 that have fallen, and then 1 is. That would be Nero being the 6th in that succession, starting with Julius Caesar. And then there's a space after Nero dies. There is no more Roman imperial cult for the space of about a year and a half, I think it was, until Vespasian regained control of the Roman Empire, which would have put Vespasian
Okay.
as the 7th.
So
But if you read into real quick, let me tie this together. You move
yeah.
into verse 11, and it says, "And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th." The 8th would be Titus. That would be Titus. And it says, "Is of the 7 and goeth into perdition." Titus is the one who came into Jerusalem and destroyed it. That's the perdition that's being spoken of. He is of the 7 in that he was part of the Roman imperial cult. But he was also the 8th because he came after his father, Vespasian, who was the 7th.
Well, you're right in that Titus wrote
Okay, can I
aside Vespasian. Yeah, no. Go ahead, Deviant. Go ahead, Deviant. Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. Just interject. Oh my goodness, what was it? Julius Caesar. Yeah, right. You said that Julius Caesar would be the first of the cult when the Roman imperial cult.
Yes.
However, it's more likely that he is not counted in with them for the following reasons, which are: Julius Caesar was never considered. His godhood that he adopted while in Egypt was never adopted in Rome. It was never he never had like a following or so.
Oh, Grace.
Well, and I said demigodhood
God,
with him, whereas opposed to godhood with Augustus. It's an
his
important
godhood was
denotation.
something that was tied to Egypt, to Cleopatra.
I get that.
So he wouldn't have been among those counted. Also, as we said earlier, he wasn't an emperor.
Yeah.
And there is a distinct difference there. So to me, it makes more sense to start counting from Octavian.
So that would put who would that put?
That'd be Galba would really be the
Galba.
7th at that
Yeah.
point, because he would be, well, you're missing the 3 of the 4 emperors in the year of the 4 emperors and skip right to Vespasian as well
No,
with that statement.
yeah, but they were not awarded any kind of deity, any status as a deity. Their reigns were super short-lived. And if you read in Daniel, it talks about 3 little horns that would be plucked up. That was referring to the Romans emperors, the kings. They were the horns. That's what they're identified in Revelation chapter 17. The horns are kings. And with the 3 little horns being plucked up, that fits perfectly with Galba, Otho, and Vitellius.
So there's a good anecdote that I think suits what Deviant was talking about. So during the celebrations of the festival of Saturnalia, one of the traditions that would be done during this festival would be that you would have certain designate men run through the streets naked with a whip, and this whip would apparently impart incredible fertility upon anybody that was struck with it. And Mark Antony, being the co-consul of Julius Caesar at this point in time, decided rather unusually in Roman politics at that point that he would be indeed one of those naked men running through the streets, whipping people. I would say it would certainly be quite a sight to see. One of the most important, prominent statesmen of the entire age
Yep.
running through the streets naked.
In,
But
in all of
there's
the known world.
if that wasn't notable enough, there was a stunt that was pulled at the very end of that ceremony. It ended up concluding in a massive, basically where the Circus Maximus was built, but a smaller version of that at that point in time. It ended up concluding in the smaller version of it, and it ended with Antony presenting Caesar with a diadem. And a diadem is not just a crown, it's a specific crown associated with a specific part of the world. I'm sure the word diadem stuck out to Deviant right away as soon as I said it. But it's basically it's a very Eastern idea of monarchy and of absolute rulership. And when he presents that to Caesar and says,
Telling of
this,
godhood, of god
yeah,
kings.
he says, this should be yours. You should take this. And typically in Roman society, when a crowd approves of something, much like they would nowadays, you can tell through the applause. And you could hear a pin drop when he presented that. There was not a single murmur in all of the crowd whatsoever. So Caesar, being the brilliant, absolutely brilliant statesman that he was, decided that he'd say to Antony, no, you know what? Go ahead and put that crown on the head of the statue in the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, because only Jupiter is the true king of Rome. And then as soon as he said that, the crowd just uproared in thunderous applause. You could hear it just deafeningly throughout the entire city. So he, in a very public way, rejected that connotation. He wanted it. I have no doubt in my mind that was a stunt that Antony pulled with him.
He wanted it so badly, but he also knew if he had accepted that crown, he would have been torn to literal shreds by the hands and teeth of the crowd in that very moment.
It still would have triggered a civil war. It still would have been a huge moment in Roman history, and it still would have been divisive. But Deviant is right. He wouldn't have made it out of the city alive.
Nope, not a chance.
He just
and he
wouldn't
knew
have.
it.
So in a way, when I hear what you're saying, if and I'm trying to look at this from a Christian perspective, where God is ultimately the authority that has control over this, and he's the one that's presiding over all of these affairs. In allowing this to happen the way that it does, it seems to me that he very clearly doesn't want that to transpire that way. He doesn't want Caesar to be king. So I don't think that it would be necessarily a good idea to consider him among those, because he didn't let him get to that station. No matter how badly Caesar would have wanted to have reached it, he just didn't let him get there.
Agreed. I sign my name to that, Aiden.
Can I read from one of my books? This is a dissertation by Dr. Duncan W. McKenzie on this is volume 2, the Book of Revelation, from the Antichrist and the Second Coming of Preterist Examination. Yeah. And he writes, I see the 8 kings as 8 specific rulers, as opposed to the 8 being symbolic. Note how particular kings are enumerated. 5 have fallen, 1 is, and the other has not yet come. And the beast that was and is not is himself also an 8th. In identifying the 8 Caesars, that the 8 demonic kings worked through, the first question one runs into is, does one start the count with Julius Caesar or Augustus Caesar? As I have stated earlier, a case can be made for starting with either Julius or Augustus. Any other starting point is contrived. The balance of ancient authority comes down on the side of starting the count of the Caesars with the first Caesar, Julius Caesar, from Josephus, Suetonius, and the author of Ezra chapter 4, all more or less contemporaries of John. I find that the starting the count of the rulers of the corporate beast with Julius Caesar works consistently in both Daniel and Revelation. The next question in counting the kings of Revelation 17 is whether the short-lived emperors of AD 68 through 69 are to be counted. My answer to this is no. Apparently, the reason that Galba, Otho, and Vitellius could not hang on to the imperial throne was because there were no demonic kings, the heads of the beast, behind them. As I discussed in my chapter on Revelation 13, Galba, Otho, and Vitellius came along when the demonic confederation that made up the corporate beast had suffered a mortal head wound with Nero's death in AD 68. Revelation's explanation of the beast and its heads is said to require wisdom to understand it. The beast with 10 horns found in Revelation 17:3 would immediately make John's audience think of Daniel 7 and its beast with 10 horns. That makes Daniel 7 the logical place to look for the wisdom required here. Consider Beale's comments on the importance of Daniel 7 to Revelation 17. And I'm almost finished with this section. Well over half of the Old Testament allusions in chapter 17 are from Daniel, most from Daniel 7, with a significant number from Daniel 4 conceptually supplementing those from Daniel 7. Daniel 7 provides the overarching framework for Revelation 17, not only of structure, but also of thought, since the allusions are used with varying degrees of respect for their Old Testament context. This is important because it emphasizes even more that Revelation 17 is developing the prophetic scenario of Daniel chapter 7. The beast of Revelation 17 is referring to the same collection of rulers that the fourth beast of Daniel 7 is referring to. In Daniel 7, the fourth beast has 10 horns, and then a little 11th horn comes up where 3 of the 10 horns are removed. And that's in Daniel chapter 7, verses 7 through 8. This left the 11th little horn as an 8th ruler, as 11 minus 3 is 8, which is what the individual beast is, an 8th king that's mentioned in Revelation 17. Thus, the count of the Caesars that the 8 demonic kings worked through is the following: Julius Caesar, Augustus, Tiberius, Gaius or Caligula, Claudius, Nero, skips over Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and then restarts with Vespasian, and then Titus, the little horn or individual beast. And this is the last paragraph here. So we're told that when John was writing Revelation, 5 of the kings had fallen and 1 was reigning. The 5 who had fallen were the demonic rulers that worked through Julius Caesar, Augustus, Tiberius, Gaius, and Claudius. The one currently reigning was a demonic ruler working through Nero. This fits the preterist contention that Revelation was written under Nero right before the Jewish War of AD 66 through 70. So that's this is a really long book, and that's a really long section, but the contention from the biblical perspective is not that there was an empire or a republic or the full realization of this Roman imperial cult. The contention is that it fits to include Julius Caesar as part of that dynasty, the Julian Claudian dynasty that matches with the 8 rulers
Right,
that are
but just
mentioned in
because it
previous
fits
to
better
Daniel.
within the just because it fits better within the story doesn't mean that it's
Well, if it's
historically
perfectly,
accurate.
it fits perfectly.
It doesn't mean that it's actually accurate to what we see historically, though, Mark.
But that is what we
Because
see
no, it's
historically.
not. I've shown you historically how there's a contention that you know what I'll do an even better job at illustrating it for you, because not something that's not very widely known about Caesar is that when he was assassinated, the reason why he was assassinated, beyond the very obvious, oh, well, we need to try and restore the Republic, the reason why he was assassinated when he was assassinated was because he was about to embark on a campaign to try and conquer Parthia. And Parthia was the incarnation of the Persian Empire of their day. They were basically the other big superpower of their day. He wasn't going against some ragtag group of tribesmen like the Gauls. He was going against the big boys of their day. And the Republicans, led by Brutus, were so terrified of the idea of him going and doing that and being successful, because if he came back successful, then he'd be far and away the most successful general in Roman history. And at that point, he really would have a good chance of being able to make himself a god king. He couldn't make himself a god king right now, but if he had that one last piece in his puzzle, if he had that one last knockout blow that would really just be able to dissuade any doubters that, yes, this is the unconquerable hero that we needed. He's unshakable. You know, he would have had that if he would have conquered Parthia, but he got assassinated right before he did. He was never able to conquer Parthia. He was never able to finish that final piece in his puzzle. So, no, I fundamentally disagree with you that he was considered part of them, because he was so incredibly close to that, but was denied it at the very last moment, at the 11th hour, so to speak. And if you're trying to take this contention from a Christian worldview, then the thing that's denying him that, first and foremost, at that 11th hour, isn't human affairs. It's God. So I disagree. Just because it makes more sense in the context of that doesn't mean that it actually fits historically, because he wasn't able to get to that level. He just wasn't. There's plenty of people out there
The
that
level of
would have
being
loved him to
deified
have
by the
done it.
state? He
Yes.
absolutely did. Yes, he did. Read
He
the
was
comments on the screen right
deified
now.
post hoc. He was deified post hoc by Augustus, because Augustus was able to take control over the state.
Yeah.
And he was able to completely rewrite everything after the fact. That doesn't mean that he was acknowledged as that in his lifetime.
I agree with Big Bad Mama's comment here.
That's entirely a post hoc rewriting of things, though. That doesn't mean that that's what actually accurately happened.
What do you mean it's not what actually happened? The Roman imperial cult is said to begin with Julius Caesar.
It's not. If you literally Google it right now, who began the Roman imperial cult? The cult of rulers in the Roman Empire developed during the reign of Octavian Augustus, although the conditions for its introduction are already provided earlier, which is what I'm talking about. Like,
If you
go
if
ahead,
you ask
Vivian.
a scholar of ancient Rome and a scholar of the ancient world, they too would object to Julius Caesar being part of the Roman imperial cult, because he clearly wasn't. He imported the idea of godhood into Rome, and particularly into his adopted son.
It wouldn't have existed without him. I'll give you that. It just wouldn't have happened without his intervention. But that doesn't mean that he's a part of it, though, Mark.
Exactly, and you can't come around it. He wasn't considered that by the state of Rome at the time. He had no actual cult in Rome at the time.
Yeah, there might have been some like individual people in the slums who might have thought that at that point, but there was no temple of Caesar.
I mean, he had soldiers who were very loyal to him. But even among those, there weren't enough that he could actually go through with what he clearly, and we know he wanted. He wanted this godhood. He was very enticed while he was in Egypt by the idea of god kings. And once he had spoken to the oracle at the Siwa Oasis in Egypt, he was absolutely 100% and more convinced that he actually was a god and that this was the right thing to do. But he was also a politician, and he was a very smart man and very strategic and logical. He knew that he needed the people of Rome and the Senate to be with him, or they would tear him to literal shreds again. So he needed this, what's the word? You have a triumph after it. It's a train. It's not the train. It's a...
You have a triumph after it. You mean like a
Yes.
massive conquest? Yeah. That's
Yeah, the what you call when you go on the conquest, it has a name.
Oh, baggage train?
Oh, yeah.
You said a train earlier.
Yeah, I know, but it has to do with Swedish and korståg,
I see.
crusade, which isn't the same thing. But I get stuck on these words. I know I can get you to understand what I want, but they get stuck and they just want to come out and don't. So either way, he needed this victory. The campaign, there the word is. Oh, I tell you,
Campaign,
every
gotcha.
time it's like a freaking mental orgasm. Sorry, but it is.
Tell us how you really
this
feel, Deviant.
campaign, and to return victorious from it, to be able to go through and fulfill himself as and present himself in Rome as a god king, an emperor. But he never got there because he was brutally stabbed on the 15th of March 44 BCE.
By people
Yes.
with the worst planning in human history, because it's not that they didn't plan it. They planned the assassinate, but they literally had no plans for what happened afterward. And I wish that was an exaggeration. I really do. But it was it's like if you've ever seen the movie Finding Nemo. Those fish that try to escape the aquarium, you see them at the very end, and they do escape. They're all like in the harbor and they're in bags and they're all laughing. They're like, "Yes, we finally escaped!" And then they just look at each other because they're stuck in the bags. Now what? And then the movie just ends. That's them. That's them.
That is literally them.
It doesn't go well for them. It doesn't go well,
and
but
it got pretty rough for Rome as well.
oh, it did. It did. I'd say that the time between the war between Caesar and Pompey and the victory of Augustus over Mark Antony was probably some of the worst times in Roman history to ever be alive. It was truly a everything asked and nothing given generation or two of human beings that really wouldn't be seen again since the times of like the 3rd century crisis a couple hundred years later.
Triumvirate was pretty bad as well, but that was much more of a slow glow. And
yeah, but the triumvirate
extent of it wouldn't even be visible until centuries later.
If Crassus wouldn't have gotten himself killed in Syria like an idiot, just going out there and, let me just basically assemble like the Blackwater private paramilitary group of my day and march them into the middle of the desert in order to try and win. Literally, his plan for trying to win fame and glory at the same scale as Caesar or Pompey, because let's face it, Crassus, being the ultra rich mega billionaire of his day, would have been at the top of Roman society in almost any other age. In almost any other age, really, in Roman history. But he had the incredible misfortune of being born beside some of the 2 largest titans, in not just Roman history, but human history in general, who are Pompey Magnus and Julius Caesar. And even though he wins some really impressive victories, like at the Colline Gate, they're against fellow Romans, so that's kind of poo-pooed at that point in time. You know, it's like, oh, well, yeah, you won, but you were killing your own countrymen, so that's kind of gross. Anyways, he wants to win a really good victory for himself, so he's going to go into Syria, and he's going to fight the Persians, and he's going to win a battle, and then,
It did not go.
and then he got gold poured. And well, he didn't get gold poured down his throat, but it's one of those things that I just have to believe is true. Like, even though it's an anecdote that almost certainly didn't happen, it's just I want it to be true, you know. And isn't that really like
And
what
we do
ultimately
know that
matters?
they did some pretty. I mean, even in modern, I say modern age, but remember, I deal with ages that are in some cases older than some people think the entire Earth is. So when I say in modern times, we're on this side of the Middle Ages, but yeah,
Yes.
people have
Not
been
everybody's
stuffed
necessarily joined us.
into cannons and blown away in the general direction of where they came from once they had been dethroned, just to make a statement. We're not even going to bury you. We're just going to fire you off into the sky.
Is that what Mark
Into
pictures
the
in his
wind.
mind when he thinks of the Hyksos? Does he think that they were all just like collectively loaded into cannons and just fired out of Egypt? You know, just oh, where'd you come from? Oh, you just vaguely came from that way. All right.
If only there had been cannons in those days.
I mean, things would have been a little different at the Battle of the Nile. That's all I'm saying. You know, like they wouldn't have had as many spearmen there. You know, the hieroglyphics would have been just a little bit different. You know what I'm saying?
The hieroglyphics would have looked a lot shittier, I would say.
Yeah, there'd just be a bunch of like clouds all over
Yep.
the place. Yeah,
Rolling
and then just a
around,
bunch of
making
burning ships. I mean, like, whatever. It's just a bunch of copy paste spearmen in the other one, anyway. Oh, and then there's a bunch of chariots too. Oh.
Woohoo! Chariots were a pretty big deal, and we're pretty happy with
Well, yeah, they were
the price.
the deal at that point.
Yep. So it was
Yeah.
nice of them to come and leave them and give us that.
Man, you know, I'd really love to bring some of those Ron Wyatt chariot wheels back to an Egyptian charioteer and just watch them double over laughing when you try to tell them that somebody thousands of years later is trying to pass these off as their handiwork. Either they're going to laugh or they're going to weep. It's going to be one of the two. So maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. I was thinking that it'd just be a good reaction, but I might just, yeah, it might not be good. It might just get me really depressed.
Stop it, Aiden. Ron Wyatt's my historical hero.
Maybe I'll get Deviant to do it. She probably speaks fluent Egyptian, you know.
I don't speak Arabic.
No, it's no. It's not Arabic that I'm talking about. I
Oh,
know
you
that
mean
that's the language
you
that's
want to
spoken in
go back
modern
in
Egypt. I mean
time?
like actual like yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
would not
talking
do
about.
that to them. I would not do that to them. Do you understand? These people spent all of their lives, all of their belongings, every piece of
You're my
grain.
best shot, all right? You're my best shot. I hate to
I know.
interrupt you, but I have to go back to work. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you guys later.
Just remember, if I were to do it, we need to sit down and consider some things together.
Okay,
First,
sounds good.
because it could
Sounds
have
good.
catastrophic. Yes, good.
I'll make sure to only bring a little insulin. Anyways, talk to you later.
Goodbye, Aiden.
No.
Don't leave us. No.
I always so happy when I get to speak. and talk and listen to talk about real people in real time, in ancient time, the only time. Sorry?
Hello.
Huh?
I'm here.
Hello. Yeah.
Well, I want.
Jag svamlar.
There you go, Chuck. Hello, welcome back.
Yeah.
Well, flippity gibbets. Christian Pike is in the chat. Brother chicken legs.
I got short.
Well, I did want to also point out that when Julius Caesar was 16, he was nominated as a high priest of Jupiter, which is another interesting little factoid.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with it. It's a job. It's a job. It has nothing to do with being connected to it or anything like that. It's just
No,
a job.
nothing
They
spiritual about being a high priest at all.
No. Well, I'm serious. I'm serious. Same in Egypt. To be a priest or a high priest, you didn't even have to believe in the deity that you were serving. It was a job. You were in Egypt. It was a bit different because in Egypt you were just a stand-in for the pharaoh, because the pharaoh was the only one who had could communicate directly with the gods, but he or she could obviously not go around all of Egypt and serve and give food and offering and entertainment to all of these gods. But even in Rome, working in the temple you could be pious, of course, but it was just a job. You probably believed in the gods from the beginning, though it wasn't necessarily your main god that you came to work for. Also, people of all different classes came to work with different things in the temples. So it's not. It's a factoid about his young life.
Yeah.
But and as such, it's interesting. I think it's interesting.
Well, I just think it speaks to his inclination towards, deity, in a sense.
But he wouldn't have been the one.
No,
he
I know.
wouldn't have been the one to.
He's not the deity at that point. He wasn't even
No,
declared.
and he wouldn't have been the one who gave him the job. He would, or he wouldn't have applied for it. It's a way.
Yeah.
It's a way for his parents, for his caregivers, through their contacts, to get the foot in for him into the higher stratus of the ruling of Rome.
Yep.
So it's a political movement which they were very into in Rome. Very much.
They very
playing
much
with
mixed their
forms.
politics and religion. Very much did. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, to differing degrees. Sorry, I have a hiccup.
It's all right.
Suddenly got a hiccup. To differing degrees during the entirety of the state of Rome.
Sure.
So during the imperial cult, for instance, it's obviously very closely linked. But religion was, in all societies, a regular, normal part of everyday life. It was natural. So just by that, it would play part in the political life. For instance, you could go to prior to deciding whether or not to go out on a campaign, or prior to actually going onto the campaign, you would go to a temple and leave an offering, a blood offering. You would talk to the oracle, or rather you would listen to the oracle, asking them questions. You would consult astronomers. So, of course, very interlinked in that manner. I'm only saying that it shouldn't be misconstrued for pointing to his that there is nothing to say that that he would have at that age had any ideas about striving to become or to be considered a god. Neither did he see himself as a god at that time, because that was literally an idea he was fed by Cleopatra. And we know this from written records of the time, from them to each other, from the royal records in Egypt, from communications with Rome via their delegates, etc. He was most likely in such a young age as 16. He most likely longed for the army, as many, if not all, young men of some renown with some name recognition would have in Rome at that time, because that was how you climbed the ladder of power, so to speak. I have really good news that I want to share with everyone. No, but not with
Your headache
everyone.
is better?
It's interesting news because I found my very last migraine pill, and I'm not really sure. The only thing that speaks to being possibly a migraine is that the other pain medication doesn't work at all.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
So I'm going to take this and cross your finger bones and hold the kitty paws and tails and their little ears.
Where is the kitty?
I hope this works. Otherwise,
Me too.
I will
Me
have
too.
to go off here and go into the freezer and stick my head in there until something feels better. I won't do that, of course, because I hate the cold, but I don't want my head cold. That was my big speech.
Good. I'm glad you're gonna feel better, I hope.
Me too. I really hope so. I'm really happy about finding this. Woohoo!
Well, I hate that Aiden left because I really wanted to tie this into his and Mark Reed's discussion about needing a alternative theory to disprove one. My theory in the relation to Revelation 17:10 would be that these 7 kings start with Julius Caesar. And the one that is would be Nero, and that signifies that this was written during Nero's reign. I've yet
No.
to see somebody present a alternative theory for who
Okay.
these 7 kings are.
Okay. So, wait a couple of. Vänta. Det är riktigt svårt att läsa, men jag försöker.
Oh.
Oj, ja, där. Titta på fel ställe. So, there is someone by the name of Pheme, Pheme, Perkins. A book from 2012, Reading the New Testament, an introduction. I mean, I don't have the book, of course. It's just a
I'm
reference.
sorry, I'm arguing with my daughter. She doesn't understand what no means.
Oh, okay. Do that first. I'm in no hurry. My brain wants to die or kill me.
So she wanted candy. She wanted to go get candy from the 7-Eleven, which she's already gotten candy earlier today. And when she finally accepted that I said no, she stomped off and said, "But I'm hungry and I want something to eat. I have nothing to eat." So,
Then I suggest you should go make her some food.
I will make her a snacky snack because it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm probably gonna just go ahead and step out of here. Looks like Gangster Ghost is gone as well. Yo, Gangster, you there? Gangster, Gangster.
He said in the private chat, BRB. Och sen sa
BRB?
I BRB.
Okay. Well, I don't want to cut his stream off, but I do have to go feed my kid, I guess.
He did, or is that you who gave out the link? 6 minutes.
Well, that was like
6
6
minutes
minutes
ago.
ago. That's just a link to the stream, and that was him.
Yeah, 6 minutes ago.
But he took himself off stage. I mean, he's still
Oh,
backstage. I can bring him
there.
back and
Okay.
forth. But yeah, he seems to be AFK right now.
Well, you could address him, and if you give him a bit of time to pop in, address him with the issue.
Well, I'm just gonna hand it over to you.
No,
Yep,
the one
you're the stream
semi,
person
the
all
semi word I'm not
by
gonna say with the
myself.
banging headache. I can't even do
Don't
anything.
wanna be all by myself.
You
I'm just
can.
kidding.
You're the one.
I'll only partially leave you by
Power to
yourself.
do or don't. And also remember, I have a terrible headache. You
Well,
cannot
why don't
put anything on me. I will
Why
sit
don't you?
there until I fall to pieces.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, why don't you get some sleep and sleep the headache off? But I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
No, I didn't mean no. You don't. I meant one. I need to eat something before I go to bed, and this type of headache doesn't always get better with sleep, unfortunately. But what
I'm
would
sorry.
be nice is turning off the lights and
Resting your eyes.
no, turning off the light, not having a lot of light sources, and just hear like predictable sounds that I've heard 1 billion times before, until at least the migraine medication I took has had
Well,
it.
somebody needs to take the stream, or I'm gonna end it because I have to
Yeah,
feed
but
my kid
you are the
and do
one.
that kind of stuff.
You are the one with the power.
I do, and it doesn't look like Logan is available, so I am. I'm just gonna go ahead and end the stream. Thanks everybody for watching. I got to feed my family.